Let me start the recording. We're good.
Very good. I'd like to call this meeting to order, the Ridgewood Village Council Public Workshop, March 24th, 2021. The time is 7:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled to same as provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Due to the fact that we continue to meet through a remote meeting format, there are some required announcements to be made. Deputy Mayor Seaton.
All right, all participants are muted during this meeting. Anyone wishing to make comments may do so during comments from the public and during the public hearing on any ordinances by dialing *9 on your phones to raise your hand, and then once you're recognized, dialing *6 on your phones to unmute, or by raising your hand icon if you are on your computers. You must state your name and address for the record. Members of the public may also submit written comments to us for any future remote meetings by either email to Donna Jackson, Deputy Village Clerk, at djackson@ridgewoodnj.net with the subject line "Comments for Village Council Meeting," or a written letter to Donna Jackson, Deputy Village Clerk. Written comments must be received by 4 p.m. on the day before the remote meeting in order to be read into the record during the meeting. All written comments must adhere to the time limits already set by ordinance. Members of the public commenting during a remote meeting shall not act in any manner to disrupt the meeting. If anyone becomes disruptive during the meeting, they will be muted. If time permits, the disruptive individual shall be allowed to speak after all other members of the public are provided an opportunity to comment. Any continued disruption may result in the member being prevented from speaking during the remainder of this meeting. Disruptive conduct includes, but is not limited to, shouting, interruption, and the use of profanity.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perrin.
Here.
Councilwoman Reynolds.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Seaton.
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh.
Here.
Mayor Knudsen.
Here. Please join us for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America
and to the
and to the
republic
republic for which it stands,
One
one
nation,
nation,
Under God.
indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please join us for a moment of silence for men and women serving our nation, our first responders, all members of our Asian and AAPI community, and all those who have suffered at the hands of needless violence. With that, we'll go to public comments, not to exceed 3 minutes per person, for a total of 40 minutes.
Okay, first person is James Bolster. Bostler. Please unmute.
Good evening, Mr. Bosser. Please state your name and address for the record.
Yeah, my name is Jim Bossler. I live at 821 Newcomb Road over in the Lawns, the beautiful section of Lawns. Full transparency, I am on the Open Space Committee, but this in no way reflects a committee opinion. It's just my opinion. And I want to talk about the pickleball situation. And the reason I'm calling is, as I understand it, there's a new compromise vote being considered tonight. And it has to do with the pickleball court being restricted to roughly 33 hours per week and a limited times or a limited number of days to be played on. I want to make sure the council understands I'm totally against this idea. As I view it, open space is not necessarily land and property. It's a service to the community. So if you limit that service to community, you're doing a disservice to our community. As I understand it, there's only a couple of people who are, or a couple of households that are objecting to the use of the pickleball courts due to the noise or whatever. Now, my main reason, other than the servicing from open space within our community, is also it sets a dangerous precedent, and that a couple households complaining about noise coming from an open space in the community, that's servicing the community too, by the way, could proliferate to other open spaces or other parks. So you carry to the wildest extreme, if you will, then a couple households could basically say, I don't like the fireworks on the 4th of July. All right, so then we have to restrict all the fireworks. So my point on this is a precedent. It's not a compromise. And I wish you guys would consider that when you vote on restricting services for the pickleball courts to the community. Basically, that's all I want to say.
All right, thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, next person is a caller, 9557. Please unmute.
Good evening. Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, good evening. This is Erin Taddy, 419 Bogart Avenue.
Go ahead, Erin. You can go next.
Okay, thank you. I'm calling because I see that you do have the social media policy on the agenda for later on this evening, and I'm calling to once again urge the Village Council to not only immediately adopt, but to immediately implement some kind of a common sense social media policy. For the better part of a year and a half, my requests for this have gone largely ignored. Imagine, if you can, you're having a perfectly lovely afternoon and then being informed by multiple people that a sitting member of the planning board has engaged in full-on cyberbullying, including a discussion about getting a hitman in print. Imagine if your looks are attacked repeatedly. There are disparaging remarks about your religion. There are disparaging remarks about your appearance, and you are multiple times referred to as a derogatory term for female genitalia in print. Now imagine calling your spouse crying because you now feel unsafe in your home because there are multiple people commenting and threatening and saying, I'm going to go over and F that B up. I'm abbreviating the terrible and profane language. Now imagine that when you bring this to the attention of the Village Council, they choose to continue to allow this woman to serve. Now imagine that the person this happened to was your daughter, your wife, your mom, or your friend. Because I am somebody's daughter, I'm somebody's wife, I'm somebody's mom, and I'm somebody's friend. Another important component of this is how could my husband and I feel that we would possibly be treated fairly if we came before the planning board or the Village Council in any capacity when a sitting member had expressed their disdain for me in writing on multiple occasions. It's beyond concerning that this was tolerated for so long, and I sincerely hope that tonight is the beginning of a zero tolerance policy. As recently as last week, there was a post on Facebook that was brought to my attention where the same said member of the planning board engaged in a discussion and offered to provide another resident's home address to somebody who had a problem with them. It's my understanding that this member of the planning board was told that her behavior was abhorrent and unacceptable and would not be tolerated again. So I would strongly urge you to maybe do a little investigating and see what's happening here, because clearly I think the message has been lost in translation. I'm really hoping that this is the beginning of the end of the Village Council tolerating bullying in any way, shape, or form. I think that immediately anyone who makes comments like that on social media in any capacity should be immediately removed of their position. In fact, I think retroactively that this person should be immediately removed from their position. And I certainly hope that you're going to send a strong message that this kind of behavior has no home in our village. Thank you.
Thank you, Erin. Have a good evening.
And next is Mr. Hallaby. Please unmute.
Good evening. Name and address for the record.
Yeah, Rorick Hallaby, 374 Evergreen Place. Regarding Shedler, as I wrote in an email that I sent to the Village Council today, I ask that the project be put on hold. This administration has been in charge of Shedler for some 6 years, and it has proven to be nothing but a money pit. And what do we have to show for it? A dump. I suggest that you put the project in the hands of a blue ribbon committee that can take a clean, fresh look at the site and what can be done with it. Give them 6 months and let them come up with a plan that we can all be proud of. Regarding the budget, as I also wrote to the council, I urge the village CFO to present the budget in an open town hall setting where residents are allowed to ask questions and engage in a discussion with the CFO. The mayor, in a Facebook posting, described the budget process as, quote, transparent. I say that to the public, there is nothing transparent with the budget process. I ask the village manager to incorporate the 2 emails I mentioned to the proceeds of this meeting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
Next is Eleanor Gruber.
Good evening.
Please
Please
unmute.
state your name and address for the record.
Eleanor Gruber, 229 South Irving Street, Ridgewood. I just want to say in the beginning that my husband wanted to know what tool Dylan is using to mute me because he would like to. Anyway, I'm actually calling about the Shedler House. I'm president of the Friends of the Historic Zabriskie Shedler House. I want to say we support everything you're doing. We urge you to apply for the grant. We appreciate everything. It's been a long slog. We know the house so far looks gorgeous. The work has been wonderful. We need the inside finished. The community wants it. No matter what Mr. Hallaby or anybody else says, there's a lot of people on the neighbors and other people that want the house finished and love the idea of the house. So I just wanted to make you know that there are other people who just didn't talk so much about the house. And I was asked to really say something about the support for the house. Thank you for the house. And as I wrote in my letter to the New Jersey Historic Preservation Office, I invited everyone there to come at the opening of the house and to see it and see what they've helped fund. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
All right. Next person is Siobhan Winograd. Please unmute.
Good evening. Name and address for the record.
Hi, Siobhan Cran Winograd, 274 Ivy Place. I wanted to call in and talk about our parks loosely and then get down to Shedler. So during COVID, a lot of us have been spending a significant amount of time in our parks, and they're beautiful and they're lovely. And I think, the whole village should take a bow for the parks that exist. They've been filled with lots of great things and a real reprieve for everybody during COVID. With respect to the pickleball and the park situation, I was really taken aback with the whole discussion. I felt that the heavy-handed lock was too much. And I too want to echo earlier comments that I think it's a slippery slope to invoke the time restrictions. I think they're exclusionary and honestly slightly mean to the pickleball population. And I think that you're going to be having a bigger problem when other people get wind that time has been limited at a public park, which really should be public. The other fact I want to talk about is Shedler. I've been writing you guys a lot of note. I agree with Ellie. Shedler is an important piece of land. It was important when we purchased it, and some of the events that happened over the past year have made it more important. When Orchard was closed, it, rightfully closed, obviously, it really stressed that we don't have enough land and that the failure to develop the field side of Shedler has really been felt, one, because we don't have the space to schedule, and two, our existing land is overutilized, needs a rest, particularly the grass fields. Last night I went to the Parks and Rec meeting and it was lovely, and thank everyone for their time, but citizens, when it doesn't rain, turns into what the kids term a dust bowl. And now that Orchard is closed, our other fields are going to be very stressed. Added to that, I did want to follow up with something that Rorik and Ellie both said. The house is the house and it is what it is. But I do have some questions about the project, and I really just want to understand as they haven't been answered. When did the full 7 acres become historic and why? Where is the detail supporting the acreage, all of it going in, not the house? Why were 2 plans submitted to SHPO without being presented to the full council both last year and this year? And if this is the plan going forward, why hasn't it been displayed on the website? I know there's inconsistencies with the ad hoc committee, and I do feel that both Parks and Rec and Open Space should get a look at what's been submitted. And my last question is that it appears that even though the project is now being held up, we bonded for it. And why did we prematurely bond for a project that we weren't ready to move forward? I too am looking forward to Shedler moving forward. I think it's a wonderful project. It's important when we bought it, and it's even more important now. I wish you good luck, and I hope you answer my questions.
Thank you. Have a good evening, sorry.
You too.
Next person up is Manish Shramali. Please unmute.
Hi, good evening, everyone. This is Manish Shramali, 625 Terhune Road, Ridgewood. A couple of things I want to touch upon. First, thank you to council and everyone in village management and all the departments who helped us. Just echoing Siobhan's message, we do spend a lot of time now outdoors, and having all the parks and these public spaces to relax is definitely a great opportunity we have in the village. And it doesn't come easy. It comes with a lot of work, and we really appreciate that. To touch upon Shedler, I would like to say that the house, although is still a work in progress, should be completed. The project, which most of us have spent probably 10 years at least and counting, should see the light at the end of the day. We would like to see a plan, whether it's a 2-year plan, 3-year plan, to complete the project in its entirety. We do want to see regular updates coming from council. I would also request more focus and diligence. It's probably the best word to describe it, to allow some transparency into the engineering and other departments who are involved in developing this property. As neighbors and as volunteers, we are here to help. If there is another committee, another set of meetings which are required, we are all here happy to help. But we would like to see this complete with a certain timeline. Thank you again.
Thank you, Manish. Have a good evening.
All right. Next person is Salvatore Infantino. Please unmute.
Good evening.
Hi.
Name and address for the record.
Well, I'm Patty Infantino. I'm here with Salvatore at 6 Betty Court in Ridgewood. Good evening, council, and anyone else who's listening. And I would like to say that, number one, I agree with Manish that and Ellie that Shedler is very important for this part of town, and the house is starting to look really good. And the rest, it's a work in progress. So I don't expect it to look better than it does right now for where we are. And I expect you to continue working on it until it comes together. So I know that there was a tremendous concern that there was a second plan that came out of the woodwork this year, and then that had to be dismissed. So I have to agree with everyone that I would like to see what plan we're going to be working on, and shed some light on that. I have to also say something about pickleball. I agree with the other two comments Mr. Bosler made, and I agree that for very few people who are against opening pickleball to the same times that you would have with the tennis courts that were there originally. We've been living here how many years? 36 years, and taught the kids tennis at the tennis courts. And now that we have pickleball, and I took the recreational class to learn how to play, then when I went to go play there, we had been locked up. So I really hope that you open it up for more time, like on a Sunday to close it at 4. It's just when the sun goes down after 7, it's just not right. You really should use the facilities. We invested as a town in this facility, and we should be able to use it. And I think you even measured the decibels that pickleball creates, and it really wasn't of a high level as I understand it. So I just hope you rethink that.
And I would also like to make a comment. This is Salvo Infantino. And as a physician, I was taken aback by the hours that you have allowed for us to play pickleball. As a senior citizen, you have created the opportunity for people to play during the hottest time of the day. And during the summer, that can be very taxing on senior citizens. I don't understand why the hours were not made earlier in the day, in the morning when it's cooler, and later in the evening. You have them right smack in the middle of the afternoon most of the hours when we can play. And I think that would be hazardous to play for, especially for senior citizens playing under the hot sun. I think you should take into consideration the physiological and medical problems that will be created by having seniors play in those hours. I understand that the surrounding towns, surrounding houses experience this popping sound that's very annoying. But, we should try every way to try to mitigate that. But I mean, when you buy a house next to a school and people play basketball and soccer and play tennis, I think you have to expect to hear some noise. And the comment about the decibels, I think most decibels, when they measure the sound, they measure an average of sound. So the average sound is going to be low. But what the neighbors are experiencing are the single high-pitched sounds that come from striking the ball. So the measuring that sound it has to be done in a little bit more sophisticated fashion to see exactly what is the sound impact. But I do understand the houses around there is concerned about the sound, but I think the hours need to be adjusted differently.
Al, I don't want to cut you off, but the time
Okay, sorry.
So I was kind of like a combo public comment.
All right. Thank you very much.
Good evening.
We play together. We're doubles.
For both of you. Enjoy.
All right.
All right, next person is Diane Sider.
Good evening, Diane. Name and address for the record.
Good evening, Diane Sider, 328 Van Emberg Avenue. I'm calling to just speak about pickleball again. I agree with everything that everybody has spoke about and brought up all those comments tonight, especially the last gentleman. We just want to make sure that everybody has received the results of the sound study and that you've all gotten to review them and digest it. I believe we also sent along some of the sound comparables for you guys to look up and please ask us any questions that you may have. We do know that some of the village council people were in attendance to the sound study, Pam, Lorraine, and Heather. And we'd really like to hear from you and what your thoughts were and what your opinions were of the actual sound. We wish that everybody could be there to hear it, just so that you can make, a very educated decision before you vote. Our whole compromise was based on the sound study and a few other things, which we've actually compromised with the muted balls, the quieter paddles, and not selling badges to the non-residents. So already 3 things, and now we have the hours to deal with. Of course, we would love the hours to be the same as tennis. I've lived in this neighborhood for 31 years, played tennis there, taught my kids how to play tennis there. And I kind of have a feeling that, the pickleball courts were put there because the tennis courts were not being used. Now, during COVID, so many people showed up, and maybe the neighbors really didn't like that. Not so much the sound, because any sport you play is going to make a sound. And the pop, pop, pop happens to be the sound of the pickleball. In the sound comparables, you'll see that if people are playing doubles in tennis, it makes a sound too. And I know that other residents in years past have called them because people were playing there too early, and you set the hours to start at 8 o'clock and not people couldn't be there at 7 in the morning. But with COVID and all the seniors getting out, yes, a lot of people did show up to play, and we thank you because we love the beautiful courts. That's why we wanted to be available for everybody, for all the residents to play. I'm a working mom, and I've been working on this for 3 months now, and the only time I can go play is on a Saturday afternoon or Sunday, and we've already cut those hours shorter. I work every day during the week, and I would love to be able to come home, maybe in the coolness of the evening during the summer hours, and actually play with my pickleball mama friends. We've been having so much fun with it. We'd really like to continue to have more hours. And we also hope that you look at the community pass to help you in the decision-making of making the hours back to the original ordinance. Thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Have a good evening.
You too.
Okay, next person is Sean McCoo.
What is that? What was the beeping? Sean, name and address for the record?
Sean McCooey, 66 Walthree Avenue, Ridgewood, New Jersey. I wanted to take a moment to reflect on the fact that we had 10 of our citizens killed this week. And it brought me right back to Sandy Hook and back to Marjorie Stoneman and to all the others. And I think that it's been a while since we've had great tragedy appear in New Jersey, but it's something that's affecting me in a serious way as we're also dealing with, our 550,000 dead citizens in the United States from COVID. So I just think it's need a moment of silence and reflection on that. But the thing that I'm really enjoying so much is seeing all the volunteerism and all of the potential of $1 million of funding for meals going into the Ridgewood district through Sustain and Serve through the New Jersey EDA. And I just think that having a restaurant town like ours and having that opportunity to serve people throughout Bergen County from the southern Bergen County, from Lyndhurst and Fairview, all the way up through Mahwah and throughout Ridgewood, Paramus, and elsewhere has been a testimony to volunteerism, a testimony to efforts by people to get this grant and put this grant in effect, and then to support our business and to support our central business district in a way that perhaps we've never seen before. So I want to make sure that people are aware that there are at least 10 restaurants in Ridgewood that are providing thousands of meals every week and to the food insecure in Bergen County. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good evening.
All right, I'm currently showing no others with their raised hand. So I don't know if we have write-ins.
Yeah,
I
we're going
do.
to close the phone, telephone public comment. Donna, how many letters do we have? Because I think we're going to run past our time, our 40 minutes.
No, I only have one brief one.
Oh, perfect. Okay, good. Go ahead.
This is from Walter Suhigian, 31 Ridge Road. I have commented on the unnecessary and inappropriate closing of the tennis and pickleball facilities while the council altered access to the facilities. As noted, then I felt the council's participation was not useful if it had any involvement in the resurfacing of the South Pleasant Avenue tennis courts last year. The court on the far southwest end is not playable. All along the southern baseline, there are numerous dead spots. Unlike the pickleball incident, this should not be an open invitation to close all recreation facilities in Ridgewood. But the condition of the court, along with the requisition through the supervision process, must be examined. This is an issue with possible legal implications. What should we expect from the council?
I'm sorry, Donna, could you just repeat which court was the concern? Was that on Pleasant? Is that what I understood?
He asked about involvement in the resurfacing of the South Pleasant Avenue tennis courts last year. The court on the far south end, west end, is not playable.
The southwest end. Oh, on that corner. Okay, got it. Okay, Heather, maybe we have to take a look at that. Okay, good. All right. That's it, Donna?
That's it.
Very good. So with that, we're going to close public comments and go on to our village manager's report.
Okay. Ridgewood Water will be hosting virtual open houses to provide the public with an opportunity to learn more about water quality. After a short presentation, time will be set aside for customers to ask questions in the chat box and for them to be answered by a member of the Ridgewood Water team. The virtual open houses will be held via Zoom on April 6th at 6:30 p.m. and April 20th at 12 noon. The flyer for the virtual open houses will be on Ridgewood Water's website. We encourage you to take the time to attend and ask your questions. COVID-19 vaccines. I just want to once again reiterate to all Ridgewood residents, please register on as many sites as possible. They are given by the state at the Meadowlands, at Newbridge Medical Center, and Paramus at the former Children's Museum, by Valley Hospital, Holy Name, I believe, is giving it. But in any case, the reason for that is although the village is holding vaccine clinics for Ridgewood residents, we are not guaranteed vaccines from week to week. And in fact, we have not received new vaccines for the last 2 weeks. If you are a Ridgewood resident and would like to register here, and you are in one of the categories that are currently being served for the vaccine, please go onto the village website, look below the tiles at the narrative, and then click on the link to register. Once you register, you will receive a reply email with a receipt, which means that we have received it. And then you don't need to call or email again. We will contact you once we know we have vaccines available to administer and once your name comes up on the list. The 2021 village ordinances, which have been adopted, are on the village website by clicking on departments and then clicking on village clerk, then on ordinances. We are working on getting the resolutions posted as well. There are various cancellations of events due to COVID-19, which include the annual baseball parade and family fun event, the Earth Day Fair, Daffodil Festival, and Dog Parade, which is all one day, Touch a Truck, and also the Memorial Day Run. Village Council upcoming meetings are broadcast live. They are streamed on the village website. They are on the public access channels, and they are on Zoom as well. The upcoming meetings are April 7th at 7:30 p.m., which is a work session, April 14th, which is a public meeting at 8 o'clock p.m., and then April 28th is another work session at 7:30 p.m. I want to mention that all village offices and departments will be closed on April 2nd in observance of the Good Friday holiday. There will be no garbage or recycling collection on that day, and the recycling center will also be closed. As a reminder, some garbage and recycling collection days will actually change that week, which is actually next week. These changes are the East Side garbage collection will be on Tuesday and Thursday instead of Tuesday and Friday. There will be no bulk pickup on Wednesday. Area 3 recycling will be on Wednesday instead of Thursday, and Area 4 recycling will be on Thursday instead of Friday. We'll have this on the website, but I highly recommend that you check the village calendar and the Recycle Coach app, which will confirm your recycling pickup. And then also the garbage pickup schedule, again, is changed every year. When Good Friday comes, it's always confusion, but hopefully it won't be that way this year. That's all I have.
Very good. On to council reports. Councilwoman Perrin.
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Maylander, you mentioned that adopted ordinances will be on the website. What about introduced ordinances?
We will have them also. They're not on there yet, but we will have them.
Great. Okay. I wanted to report on, let's see, Green Ridgewood actually hasn't met since our last council meeting. However, the food waste program has begun, and I am surprised at how much of my food waste was actually food scraps. It's more than half the weight of our garbage. So I'm eager to see the outcome of this pilot project. It's very interesting. With regard to open space, our committee met last night jointly with Parks and Rec Conservation Board. We talked about assessing open space and the residents' needs. We talked about non-traditional use of space like exercise classes in parking lots. There was quite a bit of lively public comment about pickleball. And I did want to point out, since one of the public commenters, Dr. Infantino, mentioned the sound study that was done there actually was differentiation between impulsive noise and ambient noise. So it was a fairly sophisticated analysis. Let's see. At this joint meeting, I was impressed by the fact that our fields are maxed out, all of them. And Parks and Rec is painfully aware of the dangers of overusing our village resources. It came home to me that we sorely need the Shedler project to come to fruition. We really got to get that field on board. The chamber hasn't met yet since our last meeting. The Central Business District Advisory Committee met, and we had a long discussion about the safety of buses. And Chief Lutke explained some of the problems, not just with buses, but with SUVs downtown, clipping parked cars, that sort of thing. And the village engineer, Chris Rudishauser, also spoke to DOT regulations and things like that. The village manager mentioned to me the street sweeper. We had a commenter at the last meeting who asked whether there was suction in the street sweeper that is being purchased for the Hudson Street garage. And the village manager has informed me that there is, in fact, on this model, a suction feature. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councilwoman Reynolds.
Thank you, Mayor. The planning board met on Tuesday, March 16th. Chris Martin, who has been the planning board attorney for the past 5 years, announced that he was stepping down. He accepted a position as deputy attorney to the New Jersey State Police. So it's a very prestigious job for him, a step up. Chris did a great job over the last 5 years. He will be sorely missed, but we wish him well. And in the meantime, Steve Wellinghorst will be taking over. Felina Restaurant came before the board to request variance relief for their rooftop bar and food prep location. This is a permitted use. They needed variance relief for clearance. The seating capacity will be 40 people up there, and that includes the bar seating. There will be no live music. The idea is just to have a nice quiet retreat with mood lighting, soft music, drinks, and a very small menu. They'll have a pizza oven up there. So they'll do pizza, cheese platters, charcuteries, things like that. The board voted to approve the variance relief. Felina will be coming back for a Historic Preservation Commission review for colors, materials, etc. The board also approved signage for Sneaker Stop at 136 East Ridgewood Avenue, which is next door to Pancake House. And we will memorialize the resolution for the Hopper Ridge Condominium Association, and we memorialize the resolution for the Garber Square building for minor site plan and parking variance relief approval. The next planning board meeting is Tuesday, April 6th. We also had a Citizen Safety Advisory Committee meeting on March 18th. Engineering has completed a survey regarding the West Glen Avenue sidewalks, which will be presented to the council with a concept report in April. The proposed sidewalk design is expected to require modifications and/or removal of existing encroachments in the public right-of-way, such as retaining walls, sprinkler systems, pavement, landscaping, stairs, etc. So it's a very big project. The subcommittee that was looking into the Smart Street New Jersey program has been in contact with a grant administrator regarding Ridgewood's eligibility. The village, we must formally apply for consideration, and that was brought to the attention of Chief Luckey, and she's looking into it. The next meeting of Citizen Safety Advisory Committee is Thursday, April 15th. Anybody can join on Zoom, and hope to see you there. Thanks, that's it.
Okay. Councilwoman Walsh.
Thank you, Mayor. The only thing I have to report on this week was the joint meeting with Open Space that we had last evening. Topics of conversation were, the members thinking outside the box as to open space locations, maybe properties that border some of our parks or that could be converted into a park. So everybody was really putting their thinking caps on to try and figure out maybe next steps and what we could do. I don't have my next field committee meeting until April 7th. That same week I have Stigma Free, and then our joint Board of Ed Village of Ridgewood meeting is that same week too, the 9th. So that's all I have for tonight.
Great. Thank you, Councilwoman Walsh. Deputy Mayor Seaton.
Thank you, Mayor. Tomorrow, the Community Center Advisory Board meets at 5, and also tomorrow, the Arts Council meets at 8. So that's all I have, really.
That's it?
That's it.
Okay. All right, I'm up. So I'm also going to wish Chris Martin all the best of luck in the world. Chris Martin came on board 5 years ago to the planning board as planning board attorney during some of the most tumultuous times for the village of Ridgewood and for the planning board. We were knee deep in litigation, a lot of issues. And Chris Martin, along with, as always, Matt Rogers, brought us through those difficult days. And we were very, very successful and pleased with the outcome. We wish him all the best. He will be sorely missed. And we welcome Steve Wellinghorst, who is a former councilman and our longtime Ridgewood resident. So we're excited to have him on board. He's coming right out of the same law practice of the Chris Martin, I think it's Harwood Lloyd. And so we're really excited to have Steve on board, and it's, exciting opportunity for us. Access met Thursday evening. As always, special needs housing was the first topic of discussion. We anticipate a late spring opening of the supporting housing component of the project with a later opening of the independent living component. Both currently under construction at the C.L. Fonz building. Applications will be available in late April and will be posted on the BergenUnitedWay.org website. Those interested should check the site often in anticipation of the applications being posted. Additionally, please review carefully the tenant selection process PDF, which is posted by Bergen County United Way Madeline House Partnership. Community Access Network is grateful for the continued support of this Ridgewood Village Council, the Village of Ridgewood, Tom Toronto, Sherry DePalma, Matt Rogers, and John Saraceno. So we're really excited about this opportunity to provide some much needed special needs housing right in the heart of our central business district. I also want to thank Freedom Bank for the generous donation in support of Access. Library Board of Trustees met last night. The agenda was full with a number of important discussion items. The board authorized a $6,000 expenditure to Peter Wells Architect for interior renovation and design work at the Pease Library specifically for the area currently occupied by Northwest Central Dispatch. Modifications are going to be made to accommodate additional consoles. So that's exciting. The library will be seeking assistance from the Village Council and the Village of Ridgewood for an emergency expenditure pertaining to damage to the slate roof and gutter resulting from a heavy snow load on the south side of the building. I guess the snow load kind of came down and pulled down the gutters and some of the slate on the roof, and the estimate right now is set at $14,600. Additionally, there was a sewer backup occurring due to paper towels being flushed down the toilets. A clean out was completed and awaiting a final bill. This is also an emergency expenditure. This was a problem in the past until air dryers, those air hand dryers, replaced the paper towels, but now the paper towels have replaced the air dryers due to COVID-19. And so this issue rears its ugly head again. So now we are going to explore better options to avoid flushing of paper towels causing such backups. The Library Reimagine project will be resubmitted roughly on June 5th with adherence to the new guidelines and reduced criteria. Available funds will be now placed into two separate buckets, $10 million for small projects, including those with repairs and barrier-free projects. $27 million will be allocated to larger projects. Previously awarded grant monies may be returned to the fund where projects cannot proceed or have fallen apart. There may be a requirement for this council to adopt another more current resolution, although we're not certain the details on that. My recommendation is going to be that regardless if it's necessary or unnecessary, that we go ahead and adopt a resolution promptly so that the library has it in hand if necessary. The library will also be contacting an attorney versed in library law for the purpose of trustee training, which is really important because there's a lot to know of being a library board of trustee. And the really exciting news is we have a prototype for the welcome bag for new residents, inviting them to visit the public library and to register for a library card. It's really exciting. This week, Congressman Gottheimer has been holding daily forums detailing available grants, funding opportunities, government surplus, and other important information to help local government agencies. Chief Van Gore and I attended Monday's forum, and I attended this morning. The forums have been incredibly informative and helpful, excuse me. I'm actually grateful to Congressman's unprecedented outreach and his continued support. So thank you, Congressman Josh Gottheimer. And finally, hopefully we have a few Ridgewood High School Club Excel members watching this evening. I don't know. Last night I had the opportunity to have a wonderful conversation about leadership with these amazing young people. They are really just so amazing. So just hopefully they're out there. Keep up the good work, and thank you for the lovely invitation. It was very much appreciated. And with that, we're going to have a motion to suspend our work session and convene a special public meeting. And I know we have the high school RHS Invent team and the Eagle Scout project and another presentation. We appreciate everyone's patience. We have just one more little thing to get through. So motion to adjourn, public special meeting. I'm sorry, motion to suspend work session and convene special public meeting.
So
Second.
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Bernie.
And second was Mike. Thank you. Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes. I'd like to call this meeting to order, the Ridgewood Village Council Special Public Meeting, March 24th, 2021. The time is 8:17 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by a posting on the bulletin board in Village Hall, by mail to the Ridgewood News, the Record, and by submission to all persons entitled. Same is provided by law of a schedule, including the date and time of this meeting. Roll call.
Councilwoman Perrin,
Here.
Councilwoman Reynolds,
Here.
Deputy Mayor Seaton,
Here.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Here.
Mayor Knudsen.
Yes, I'm here. Sorry. So busy coughing. Sorry, everyone. I move the clerk read ordinance 3853 by title on second reading of the public hearing thereon be open.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes, will the clerk please read the title of ordinance 3853?
An ordinance to amend Chapter 212 Parks and Recreation Areas of the Code of the Village of Ridgewood at Article 7, Rules and Regulations, Section 212-27, Tennis Courts.
Okay. The public hearing is now open. Dylan? Where's Dylan?
I'm here. Anybody wishing to make comment, please raise your hand. I'm showing none.
Okay, just give him a second. Public hearing. No one, Dylan?
Nope.
Okay, I move the public hearing be closed.
Second.
Perrin,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Eden,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
Yes.
I move that ordinance 3853 be adopted on second reading and final publication as required by law.
Second.
Perrin,
I really appreciate all the time that people have put into this issue. Everyone has tried to compromise, and I think the initial compromises of no longer issuing badges to non-residents is very important. That we require muted balls is very important. And in fact, the sound study proved that balls that are muted have a lower decibel rating than unmuted balls. So we've done something important there. That really makes a difference. We're also going to rehang the sound barrier curtains to get the best sound dampening effect. I think those are good initial compromises, but I think there are too many accommodations being made in terms of the days and hours, cutting those back. Let's see if these initial things work. I think paragraph G in this ordinance is too much of a burden on the pickleball community. To cut out whole days of a public recreational facility is a very bad precedent. And also, we are spending a lot of money on a monitor to ask people, where's your badge? Are you from Ridgewood? Do you have muted balls? They're there all day long. It's very expensive. I think this kind of idea of not allowing play on 2 days a week is contrary to the mission of Parks and Recreation. I am also concerned that this mostly affects people over 50 who are playing pickleball. This is a segment of our population whom we would like to keep in Ridgewood, even after their kids have graduated from high school. And instead, this is somewhat antagonistic toward them. And so for that reason, I vote no.
Seaton,
Yes.
Walsh,
Yes.
Knudsen.
So I'm just going to
Got me.
Reynolds.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I'm voting yes, but let me say, I was there twice to hear the sound, once in October, once a couple weeks ago. The sound was definitely different. It was lower. I'm not sure of the reason why. The first day I was there, all 4 courts were taken and there were approximately 10 people waiting. I think the play was much more robust in October than it was the other day. I think the other day people were just like, la, 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 la. I want to see how this works, how when the courts are packed, let's see how, and they're really playing hard. They're playing to win. They're being competitive. Let's see how it goes. I don't think it's fair to put all of the burden on one particular neighbor. If this is a burden, if it's decided that the noise is going to be a burden, maybe we do have to put courts elsewhere to have a 7-day-a-week program. I don't know, but I think this is a good start. So I vote yes.
Deputy Mayor Seaton,
Yes.
Councilwoman Walsh,
Yes.
Mayor Knudsen.
Did we do everybody twice now? I don't know.
I
So-
just wanted to make sure I have it correct.
Got it. It's all good. So let me just say this. First, Councilwoman Walsh, myself, village manager, our parks director, met several times and with members of the pickleball community that represented themselves as spokespeople for the pickleball community. And this was a compromise that was crafted to ensure the pickleball play could resume while offering some relief to the neighbors. And I'll always remind everyone, it's not the decibels, it's the constant. It is the constant. And I put the blame for this squarely on the shoulders of the village council. We put a pickleball court, not 100 feet from a neighbor's house, not 200, not 75 feet. We literally put it on the property line. And all of the research indicates that that was an inappropriate placement and that it is disruptive to the neighbors. I also recall that we did ask Parks to come up with a plan for additional courts elsewhere in the village. I'm not sure where we stand with that, but this is a starting point. It is a tremendous compromise, and we appreciate the time, energy, and effort of both the representatives of the pickleball community and the neighbors. This is a classic compromise. Nobody gets everything. Everyone feels a little pain, but we will move forward. And so, yes.
Thank you. The following resolution, number 2171, will be adopted by a consent agenda with one vote by the Village Council. There's a brief description beside the resolution to be considered on the consent agenda. The resolution will be read by title only. 21-71, authorized issuance of special emergency notes. May I have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Okay. Perrin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Eden?
Yes.
Walsh?
Yes.
Knudsen?
Yes. So now we'll take a motion to adjourn the special public meeting, and anyone?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed?
Okay.
Thank
All right.
you.
We're right back here where we started. And now is our exciting opportunity to hear from our Eagle Scout projects, our RHS Invent team and our energy aggregation program. So we're going to start with our Eagle Scout, Nick Gallus.
Right. So I just wanted to mention, we do have a letter from Bob Paoli, the commander of Post 53 of the American Legion, who is supporting this Eagle Scout project. Nick Gallus is a junior at Ridgewood High School and a Boy Scout troop in Troop 7. He's chosen to honor Major Thomas B. McGuire Jr., who, by placing a memorial plaque in his name in the village of Ridgewood. Major McGuire was born in Ridgewood, attended Willard School, and became the second leading air ace in World War II. He was awarded the Congressional Medal of Honor, and McGuire Air Force Base is named for him. There's no other memorial specific to Major McGuire in Ridgewood, so I'd like to have Nick Gallus at this time explain his Eagle Scout project to you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening. How are you?
All right, well, I have a little presentation for you. So if I could share my screen.
Should be good.
Yep. All right, okay. So this is my Eagle proposal. So I wanted to start off a little bit explaining what exactly I was looking for with the project itself. So please excuse my poor drawing skills, but what I was trying to go for here was a boulder. I've spoken a little bit to Mr. Ruddis Hauser. He says that there is a surplus, I believe, of boulders that I could use. If I could use one of those boulders and install the plaque onto it, I think that would be perfect. And also, to add a little conservation element, I would also like to plant some trees and plants nearby around. So you could see that in the sketch. It's a pretty bad drawing, but you gets the idea across. The location that I had in mind, this could change, but what I was thinking would be the best is what I took a picture of on the right, nearby the Ridgewood Coffee Company. A little bit of the why. This is Mrs. Mailander got a little bit into this before the meeting started, but presentation started. But so Thomas McGuire was born in Ridgewood, and he attended Willard School, which was my school. And but this is a little bit particular to me, but I'm a very big fan of aviation and aviation history. And I've been to many museums and I've done a lot of research, and you just keep seeing this guy's name come up. He was just so highly awarded. I put that he was highly decorated. I only mentioned his Medal of Honor, but he, that's only because the list of awards he got was so long. I couldn't fit it all in this slide. He was the second highest scoring flying ace of World War II. He would have been the first, but he died early on before he could get to the first highest scoring ace because he died saving his comrade. So there is nothing in Ridgewood dedicated specifically to McGuire, and a big inspiration for my project was an old New York Times article I read from the 80s, which was talking about how the McGuire Air Force Base was being named after him. And they mention in the article how in his hometown of Ridgewood that there's nothing dedicated for him and how sad it was. So I decided to take matters into my own hands and use my Eagle project capabilities to do it myself. And so I talked to the American Legion. That's the letter that Mrs. Mailander read earlier. And so I was thinking that was what I was going to do for my project. That was my thought process. So I've done some initial looks at what it would cost roughly. So the plaque, I've done some research, varies heavily by what company you choose, but I found the average of what the plaque would cost to be around $400 to $500. Plants shouldn't be too expensive, under $500. I'm still in touch with Mr. Ruddishauser, seeing if I would need a permit to dig or if I need any sort of special kind of permissions, what that would cost. So that's not factored into the cost yet, but that should be shortly. So that leaves fundraising, which would be entirely basically up to me, really. The American Legion has offered to help, but I think mostly would be done through my own efforts. I'm thinking of setting up a GoFundMe, and also I'm a musician. That's another one of my passions is music. And I know a couple of the friends of mine who have also done music have been able to get a lot of money playing in town, upwards of $4,000 I've heard in one summer. So I think if I was able to, all three of those things combined, I should be able to get the money, no problem. So I need to get the approval of the town before I can get the approval of the actual Boy Scouts. So I need to submit an approval to the Boy Scouts for my project. And so that should be submitted as soon as I get the town's approval. And I would like to begin building in the summer. I think that's because I'm turning 17 later in April. And the absolute deadline for getting your Eagle project done, getting everything in Eagle done is your 18th birthday. So about a year from later in April. So I think if I was able to do all the building now and it's warm in the summer, I think that would be perfect. So, and that's all for my project. So if you have any questions or anything, comments.
Okay. Thank you, Nick. It's a great project. So let's see if anybody has questions.
I don't know, I think it's fabulous. I never knew that McGuire Air Force Base was named after somebody that was born in Ridgewood. And it's a shame we don't have anything honoring him. I think it's great. And my oldest son is an Eagle Scout, and he worked very hard on his project, and it has gotten him very far in his life. So I wish you the best of luck.
Thank you very much.
Can we just take it off shared screen?
Oh, yeah, sure.
Thanks, Nick. Okay.
I'd just like to chime in. I think you've taken a great initiative to do the research and find this out, and then take it even a step further to take your own action to kind of make this happen, to sort of correct something that's sorely missing from the village of Ridgewood. So I really look forward to this, and best of luck also.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I'll just jump in and echo what my council colleagues have said. We're so happy that you've made it to the Eagle Scout level, and I wish you luck. I would just also maybe recommend that when you do the presentation, when it's finally all done, that you add a little educational element, because a lot of people go to Van Ness Square, and if you could, educate people about him as well as the plaque, I think that would be a really nice kind of culmination to your project.
Thank you. Yeah, that would be Yeah, it's a good idea. Thank you.
I think this is really interesting history. And I don't know how much space you have on the plaque, but if you could get in his World War II background, I don't know how big your font will be, but the educational part of it is so interesting. I hope it can fit on the plaque. Also, I know you're working with the village engineer, and he'll tell you if there are any pipes or electrical things underneath the soil there that shouldn't have a boulder on top of it.
Yeah, I know. I emailed him earlier today. So it was only like an hour before the meeting started, so I didn't expect him to respond. But yeah, that should be settled soon enough. So.
Okay. And as to a tree, you might contact the village arborist who can suggest to you what type of tree. And if you have any problem with the fundraising end of it, consider contacting the AM Rotary Club.
Yeah, I think a guy at the Allegiant offered to help me get with the Rotary. So,
yeah.
So I have to talk to the Legion again once.
Because I know Rotary, we would love to have you come speak.
Okay, great. Thank you, Councilwoman Perrin. So Nick, your project is absolutely amazing and certainly a tribute to Mr. McGuire. So it's exciting. And I understand that your presentation before American Legion and Commander Paoli was so impressive that they fully support, as do we. We're completely impressed by this project. It's amazing. And again, it's a wonderful tribute. Heather, I just want to find one thing. So we can do a resolution. Is that how we typically?
Yes, we'll do it on April 14th.
So you will have our full support by resolution for your project. And I'm sorry, what date, Heather?
April 14th.
April 14th. So Nick, what we'll do is that night we will adopt a resolution. So hopefully that timeline works for you. So you could get this to your scouts and have it in your, your project packet, I guess. And so we'll get that to you the following day as soon as it's signed, right?
Yeah. Well, okay. Thank you. That should be great. Yeah. So
very good.
April 14th works because I'm going to be busy the next couple of weeks anyway. So.
And when's your birthday?
April 26th. So that's my 17th birthday coming up.
Got it.
And then the year after that, that's when I have to have it done by.
All right. So we're going to make sure we take care of this for you, okay, and get it out to you. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations and good luck with your project, and we look forward to seeing that completed. Okay.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Nick. Have a great evening.
You too.
Okay, the next presentation is by the Ridgewood High School's Invent team, who has designed a solar-powered portable water treatment bottle. So I know they've been working with Ridgewood Water, and Rich Calby, our director of Ridgewood Water. So I think there are people who are going to be brought on to the Zoom, right?
So I think Rich is going to take the honor of introducing and giving us a little background. He and I had a little conversation about this earlier today. We're really excited. And so go ahead, Rich.
Thank you very much, Mayor. Good evening, council members and guests. So it was a little over a year ago, right before COVID started. I was contacted by the Ridgewood High School Applied Engineering Club and their advisor, Dr. Lillian Lebowski, about a project they were working on to sanitize water. And the project they were working on was harvesting solar energy to disinfect stream water. So if you were a hiker or someone out in the wilderness and you had the need for water, you could use their water bottle and make the water safe to drink. So it really piqued my interest. At the time, I got our team together and we brought them in when we were able to meet in person before COVID started, thankfully. And a year later now, they're the recipients of a Lemelson MIT grant. And they've worked through COVID throughout the whole year developing their project, and they even tested a prototype. So tonight, all 11 students from Ridgewood High School and their two advisors, Dr. Lebowski and Mr. John Warner, are present. And I'm going to turn it over to Patrick DeMulder. He is the team captain for the group, and he's going to run you through a quick presentation of their project and then take any questions. So real exciting stuff. It's unbelievable what students could do today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Calvi, for the introduction. I'd love to know if we could get the rest of the team on the Zoom as well, because they're going to we're all going to tell you guys about our product. But just for a little bit of background, while they're all getting on here, my name is Patrick Muelser. Like Mr. Calvi said, I am the team captain, project manager, whatever you want to call me, of this team. And we are a part of the Lemeson MIT Grant Initiative. So this is a program run by the Lemeson Foundation with MIT in conjunction. And they give money in the form of grants to aspiring engineering teams of students across the country. And basically, we were inspired by a Yale professor, Professor Shu Hu. And he worked with us as a part of one of his Yale outreach programs. And when we were working together, we studied water treatment. And as time went on, we kept talking, and an idea developed. And this idea was the first part of what would become the Solar Aquatech bottle. And that is our product. So you're going to get a lot more of the technical elements through the presentation. And as I see my team filling out here, they're going to be able to tell you a lot better than I am what we're doing. But really, in the short, it's a bottle that takes sunlight, and it takes the sunlight in its cap, and it has a special catalyst, which is like just a chemical compound inside, and that purifies the water. So it takes basically dirty water and makes it clean through this reaction. And through the last, I think almost a year now, we have been developing this product and working both with the foundation and with our team members here. And we have made really exciting progress, and we're really excited to share with you guys what we've been able to do. So with that, I'm going to share my screen. We have a little presentation. Again, that's going to explain it a lot better than I can right off the cuff here. But here we are. So this is our team, and we're going to just wait for our advisor, Dr. Lebowski, who's going to start us off here with just a little bit of introduction from an advisor's perspective, and then we're going to get into the presentation itself. So whenever Dr. Lebowski can get in, she can start the conversation.
He's coming in right now.
Perfect.
Did we confirm we have everyone on screen now?
Okay, I got it now. Okay, I guess that.
So Dr. Lebowski, whenever you're ready, you can take it away.
Yeah. Good evening. I'm Lillian Lebowski, a science teacher at Ridgewood High School and the Lemeson MIT Inventing Advisor. We are very honored to be invited to the Village Council meeting. Thank you, Mayor Newsom and the Council. We deeply appreciate the support and encouragement from the entire Ridgewood community. Our project is to invent a bottle that self-sanitizes water taken from a stream or other questionable sources. Use just water, oxygen, and energy from the sun. We call our project Solar Aquatech, or SAT for short. This project is funded by the grant from Lemeson MIT program. We are especially grateful to our mentors at Ridgewood Water, Mr. Kelby, Mr. Martinez, Mr. Furry, who had generously shared their knowledge in water treatment and performed several certified bacteria tests that validate our claims. Without these tests, we will not be where we are today. We are so fortunate to have such a wonderful expert here in our community. I'm with my colleague, an engineering teacher, and the inventing co-teacher, Mr. Warner.
Thank you, Dr. Lebowski. So Mr. Calby kind of let you guys all know what we were up against and what we did. And what I wanted to just kind of contribute to the conversation was that these students are coming from a very diverse set of experiences and backgrounds. So they're not all science kids. They have all different experiences, and they learned how to work together through the summer, through this pandemic. They worked after school, on weekends, and just for the fact that they love to invent and they wanted to discover more. So in our eyes as teachers, we really feel that they represent not only great students, but the best that Ridgewood has to offer. So here they are, without further ado, our Ridgewood High School Lemelson MIT Invent team. So Patrick, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Mr. Warner. We are really excited to be here with you again. I gave you guys the long introduction of what we're doing today. So I don't want to talk anymore. I want to pass it over to Matthew and the rest of the team who are going to give you that more detailed rundown of our project. So Matthew, go ahead.
Alrighty, hi everybody. My name is Matt DeMulder, and I'm another one of the project managers here. And I'm joined by my fellow seniors, Patrick DeMulder, Ashley Hamilton, Karina Trauma, and David Zhang. Juniors Haley Haglid, Teddy Stevens, Emily Truskowski, Claire Wallachy, and David Moe. And sophomore Elliot Ewell, as well as Michael Alters, an RHS senior who is our honorary member. Michael, if you're listening in, you are an inspiration to all of us. Get well soon.
Hi, I'm Emily. More specifically, our team is made up of 11 students who are not just interested in science, but also have skill sets across engineering, management, business, chemistry, and a whole lot of other realms. We have also been able to work with two amazing Ridgewood High School teachers, Dr. Lebowski and Mr. Woner.
The Solar Aquatech team started in the 2019-2020 school year with 4 members, Emily, David Zhang, David Moe, and myself, who are in Dr. Lebowski's chemistry honors class. In this class, we were able to collaborate with Professor Shu Hu of Yale University on projects related to water treatment, and in collaboration with him, we discovered an innovative way to purify water.
Soon after embarking on our journey, we visited the Ridgewood Water Department to better understand water treatment. They helped us understand the customary forms of water treatment and allowed us to visualize an alternative, the Solar Aquatech bottle.
Soon after embarking on this adventure, as you can call it, in the spring of 2020, the Solar Aquatech team entered the NJ Steam Tank competition and were awarded first prize at the Thomas Edison Pitch Contest. These really served as validation of our idea and gave us the confidence to apply to this Lemelson MIT Foundation grant. Once we had actually won that grant, that was then in October, we then set out to solve one of the world's most pressing concerns.
First, according to the World Health Organization, 1 in 3 people worldwide do not have access to safe drinking water. Water contaminated with bacteria and viruses can transmit life-threatening diseases. Moreover, even in places where there is access, when the public water systems are disrupted by power outages or even natural disasters, as we have recently seen in Texas, millions can be left without safe drinking water.
This leaves for 2 options, either being without water or resorting to plastic water bottle waste, or plastic water bottles. Right now, there are 1 million plastic water bottles sold worldwide every minute. And with a 450-year life cycle, single-use bottles are an ecological nightmare. Additionally, a new study finds that the US leads the world in plastic pollution. This pollution is simply unacceptable, and so our project has the environment at the top of our priorities. Through the course of the project, myself and a few other members have obtained professional-level certifications from MIT in sustainable design. Nowadays, we are using this knowledge to design our bottles so that it is sustainable, recyclable, and/or biodegradable. We are also so grateful to receive the support from the RPS Energy Specialist, Mrs. Amundsen of Green Ridgewood, and Mrs. Hanrahan of Sustainable Ridgewood Community. We like to think that the Solar Aquatech team does its part to remember that every day is Earth Day.
As a result, the Ridgewood High School Invent team is trying to tackle the problems Ashley and Claire mentioned through sustainable practices by inventing a self-sanitizing Solar Aquatech water bottle. Our potable Solar Aquatech water bottle can save lives, reduce used plastic bottle waste, and turn dirty water into safe drinking water on demand.
Our business-minded students took this information and performed market research, which shows that there's a demand for safe drinking water is so universal that it created a $31 billion water industry. There is, however, nothing like a Solar Aquatech water bottle on the market. Moving forward, with the help of Green Ridgewood, Sustainable Ridgewood, and RHS student clubs, we surveyed one of our target users, which is avid hikers, and found that 80% are dissatisfied with how they currently sanitize water and would welcome a new innovative approach. Teddy, can you tell us what our approach is?
Of course, Matt. Now, you may be wondering how we clean the water. Our Solar Aquatech bottle, or as we call it, SAT, uses only the water, dissolved oxygen, and energy from the sun to produce on-demand natural hydrogen peroxide that can sanitize water. Nevertheless, we know that our natural hydrogen peroxide mixed with contaminated water will give us clean, ready-to-drink water.
We are inventing a water bottle for hikers using solar power. We take the light from the sun and put it into a novel electrode. You can think of electrodes like transmitters of electricity. This makes a reaction happen with a catalyst to make it go faster. Finally, with a stir to move the water inside of the bottle, we reached our goal of producing sanitizing concentrations of hydrogen peroxide on demand in less than 30 minutes. Haley, can you tell us about our electronics?
So for the electronics of the bottle, we of course have to have a power source, and that's a 9-volt rechargeable battery that is recharged by the solar panels, which makes it renewable energy. We also have a pre-filter that removes larger dirt particulates that have been shown to damage the electrode. The electrode then powers the chemical catalyst that causes the hydrogen peroxide to be made from the water. So now you're probably all thinking, isn't it bad to drink chemicals? Well, you're right, it is. That's why we also have a UVC LED, which is a UV light that essentially undoes this chemical reaction and turns that cleaning chemical back into water. Teddy, could you share with us how we knew this device was effective?
Of course. We've been able to put our device to the test, and it's proven to be very successful. We've worked with Ridgewood Water and carried out bacteria tests for 2 water sources. First, the water from an aquarium. Ridgewood Water tested the samples at intervals of 15, 30, and 60 minutes of our treatment. We were very excited that all the samples we purified were certified to be total chloroform free. We then fed stream water from the Hohokus Brook behind the RHS football field that was later found contaminated with local chloroform and E. coli bacteria. Ridgewood Water tested the treated water, and amazingly, all the samples we purified were certified to be total chloroform and E. coli free. These bacteria tests validated our claim. The SAT can sanitize water in less than 30 minutes. Proven by certified bacteria tests and water treatment, the Solar Aquatech bottle is one giant step closer to marketability.
While this has been significant progress towards our goals, not everything has been easy. The pandemic has made things difficult. The team members had to work at home with materials contactlessly being delivered. We communicated via email and texts and held regular group meetings via Zoom to coordinate our activities and to exchange ideas.
Moreover, quickly sanitizing contaminated water within a water bottle has proven to be very challenging. During these failed attempts, we were always inspired by our state inventor, Thomas Edison, who said, "When you have exhausted all possibilities, remember this, you haven't. The most certain way to succeed is to try just one more time."
So that's exactly what we're going to do. In the future, there is so much more work we have to do. First of all, our technical teams will work on the durability of the electrode system, integrate the mechanical and electrical components into the SAT water bottle, and continue to conduct our field tests of our bottle with the stream water from Diamond Brook. Furthermore, the finance team wants to continue spending our grant money effectively and saving money wherever we can to stretch it out. And for communication, making sure we continue to get involved doing presentations like this and making sure that everyone in Ridgewood knows about us. Lastly, we want to do this all under a lens of sustainability to make sure what we are doing is good for the planet as well as good for our project. Patrick, do you want to close it out?
Absolutely. Thank you. Sorry, I couldn't find the unmute button. We just really want to thank you guys for having us here at the Village Council, as well as through all the people who have made such a difference to our team. We want to continue to build these relationships and find the support from people like Ridgewood Water, Green Ridgewood, Sustainable Ridgewood, and our entire community as a whole. We really love coming to talk to you guys, to tell you guys about our progress. And I think I really speak for the entire team when I've said that our community, whether that's been from Ridgewood High School, through all these organizations and from everybody else in town have really allowed us to reach goals that we never would have expected to. Lastly, we want to invite all of you guys here to our final presentation in June, which is a part of what is called Eureka Fest. This is where we will showcase and present our final product, so you can kind of see where we've gone from here and continued on to that point in June. So I think if we have some time, we can take questions, but I'll pass it back over to our village council. Thank you again.
Well, thank you. You guys are amazing, just absolutely amazing. So council members, ask away.
Yes. Are you patenting this?
Well, Village Councilwoman Perrin, we are talking about it. What we really need, and if there's anyone listening, if there's anyone involved here that could potentially be of help, we would love to get in contact with a patent attorney who could maybe help us out with the research and potentially willing to maybe cut us a break on the pricing or even work maybe potentially pro bono. That would be the goal for us, because it is an expensive process, and I hate to make such a pitch like that so bluntly, but that would be something that would be super amazing to us, and that would allow us to take the next step in our development.
And how's it taste?
Well, we're actually not allowed to taste it yet. There's very strict guidelines as it comes to food and drink products that we're not allowed to do that yet, but hopefully if we're becoming more and more closer to market, that can become something that we can give you a better answer on.
Okay, anyone else, council members?
Yeah, I was just gonna, I had a question. What kind of future applications do you see for technology like this? It would just be, on a small scale in water bottles, or anything larger scale in that?
Teddy, I think this is a great question for you.
All right, yeah. So we're working on our bottle right now, but we know that the technology we have should be able to be moved up to larger scale operations, like, for example, water treatment plant levels of this process. Usually, treatment plants will use reverse osmosis and other methods in order to purify their water. This could be a very useful alternative for them in order to purify their water that they're putting out to the populace.
I would like to add that that Professor Xu Hu, the professor who provided us to make all this happen, is working on trying to increase the efficiency of this to make it better. So he's working on the large scale while we're working on the smaller scale.
I just think this is fabulous. Congratulations. It's very exciting. And my son lives in Colorado. He's a big hiker. I know he always worries about having enough water with him. He would be so excited to have one of these bottles. So hopefully it'll happen in the near future.
I'll just jump in and say I work for an industrial gas company, and I deal with chemical engineers on a daily basis, and they would be geeking out over this right now because we do water treatment, we do oxygenation in water. I think this would be of interest to them, certainly. So I wish you guys the best of luck, and keep up the good work for us as a community, because you mentioned Green Ridgewood and you mentioned sustainability. That's something that we as a council work on all the time. So we really appreciate all the work that you've put into this.
So thank you, Councilwoman Walsh. So I'm just going to share, I think it was just 2 days ago, Monday, a few days ago, Mr. Calby and the village manager and I were in a water meeting. And we were discussing the future of water utilities and whether or not there was a crop of young people working their way up to be able to manage the future of water, whether it's municipal utility or larger scale. And so your presentation, and I know Rich, it's an interesting conversation that we just had. Your presentation gives me like incredible hope for the future of water and sustainability for our for the world. And it's really just so important. I love this, and I have to apologize. I know I was scheduled to be at your presentation in the meeting, and I couldn't make it, and I felt terrible about that. You guys are amazing. I'm going to tell you, you're doing public presentations. Find the patent attorney. Find the patent attorney. Do whatever you have to do. Get this at least I think it's maybe Mr. Rogers will tell us. I think is a beginning, early stage patent that you get on that.
But the filing.
Yeah, just the filing. At least you protect yourselves. I think you really do need to protect yourselves. This is the wave of the future, and you guys are the future. So we really appreciate this. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And it was our honor to have you here today. So great job.
Thank you so much, everyone, for your kind words and all of your help. We really do appreciate it. And we're happy to come talk to you guys anytime you want to update you guys on our progress.
And I made a note, Eureka Fest.
Absolutely.
All right, thank you, everyone.
Thanks again.
Keep up the good work. Make us proud.
Okay, our next item is establishment of a government energy aggregation program, which I know Councilwoman Perrin is heading up.
Yes. Dylan, could you please bring on Beth Kreller, Christine Amundsen, and George Wolfson?
Beth. George Wilson.
These are members of the Subcommittee on Renewable Energy Aggregating of the Green Ridgewood Advisory Committee. And back on January 6th, a consultant from Gable Associates came and presented to the council what a renewable government energy aggregating program is, how it works. And thereafter, at the end of January, we as a council discussed his presentation. And there were two questions at the end of that. One was, could the council see a comparative chart, a historical comparative chart? And could the program be done as an opt-in program rather than an opt-out program? And so we've done some research, and to answer those questions, I turn it over now to Beth Kreller, who was for many years in the gas and oil business, specifically for Hess Corporation in Texas, and she now teaches climate change risk and management. We also have here Christine Amundsen, who has been an energy cost consultant for many years in business and now has worked for the Board of Ed as an energy expert for the past 7 years. And many of you know George Wolfson. He has been instrumental, one of the founders of the Shade Tree Commission, and has spearheaded and organized the Earth Day celebrations every year. So Beth, are you on?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Good evening, council members. Thank you again for having us on tonight's agenda. We all know at the international, federal, and state level, goals to reduce our impact on climate change are quickly evolving. In New Jersey locally, all master plans for each municipality must now include a climate change element. All of these measures signal a path forward to mitigating climate change risk over the next 10 years. But how can we contribute to this locally? This energy aggregation program is a strategic step in the right direction. This project demonstrates our continued support of Sustainable Jersey and furthers the many initiatives we've established to maintain our silver designation. The EV charging stations are a great first step, but just because we're plugging in our vehicle doesn't mean we're receiving clean energy supply. The grid is the grid, and it's currently powered by traditional forms of energy, coal, oil, and natural gas. However, as a consumer, this energy aggregation plan is not without ambiguity. So I do want to address the two concerns that Pam raised. So initially, do we have this historical comparison? The short answer is no. Many of our neighboring towns already participate in energy aggregation programs, and we were able to provide an example from Glen Rock. However, this graph is not representative of our ideal deal for Ridgewood. This Glenwood deal was 100% renewable, and our proposed bid strategy will mix traditional and renewable sourcing because this allows for more cost-saving potential to our residents. The savings noted in the Glen Rock example are estimates, and there's really no clear way to validate them. Ultimately, for Ridgewood residents, we want a fixed, fair price, and we want that cost savings built in. If this isn't possible, we won't agree to this deal. I want you to consider the varied pricing during the recent Texas winter storms. We've also experienced temperature peaks and valleys here locally, and while a true historical comparison is not available, a fixed rate contract offers some mitigation to this price variability. A second issue that was raised, can we opt in? No, this is actually codified in state law. Consider the economies of scale involved. An opt-in scenario cannot guarantee the economies of scale needed to make the best deal options available to our residents. There is one exception of note. If residents are already in a third-party agreement, they were automatically excluded from the energy aggregation project, so they would have to opt in if they want to participate. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine, you did some research. You want to tell us what you found?
Oh, there, I just unmuted. Yes, many people may not realize this, but the village is getting their electric supply via a third-party electric supply agreement. And they're part of the New Jersey SEM. It's called the New Jersey Sustainable Energy Joint Meeting. A group of municipalities who aggregate their electric usage to get a very competitive price through a third-party supplier. So this isn't something that's new to the village. It just would be new to some of our residents. And again, the energy consultant with whom we would seek to go out for bids for us, they're taking on the role without any cost to the village. It's their risk, so to speak. Hopefully they'll be able to get bids that will have pricing that is good enough for us to want to go forward. But at this stage, we're not even doing anything. We're just asking for your approval to go out and see what's out there and available in the market at no cost to the village. The company, one of the companies we've looked at has already worked with at least 20 other municipalities. So there are consultants who are well-versed in how to seek the best supply and the best terms. And all of that would be spelled out for the residents by our subcommittee of the Green Ridgewood Group.
I'd like to follow up just by noting that with respect to the opt-out requirement, the New Jersey Administrative Code, section 14:4-6.3, makes it clear that it does have to be an opt-out program. They tried opt-in back in 1999 for about 4 years. And actually, our village manager had some experience with that. Do you mind if I mention that, Heather? Okay, I think that was an okay, right?
Yes, that's fine.
Okay, there was a councilman, Jacques Harlow, who wanted to try an aggregating system. But back then, it was all opt-in, and people had to sign up for it. And Heather told me that with wet signatures being required and opting in, it was a nightmare for the clerk. So the opt-out gets enough people together to make it attractive to third-party suppliers and keep them in competition so that we can perhaps get a lower rate. I also put in your packets, in addition to that graph from Glen Rock, which we look at, well, we don't necessarily want to rely on it. Let me put it that way. I also put in your packets something from Maplewood, New Jersey, which gives you some idea of the 5 towns that are in an aggregating system together, the savings that they estimate they had in the first 12 months of their program of aggregating for renewable energy. And now I'd like to bring George on and have his comments.
Good evening, everybody. I just wanted to let everybody know that the New Jersey statute actually established the formation of municipal aggregation. And this allows for the negotiation of a discounted municipality-wise electricity rate. It also lends support and provides development for the alternate energy sources through the purchase of what they call RECs. What we want to do is to ask the council to initiate this effort for Ridgewood residents by passing an ordinance that will allow for the forming of a committee, the Green Ridgewood Aggregation Committee, comprised of members of Green Ridgewood Advisory Committee and Bob Rooney, or his designate. Bob has experience in working with New Jersey STEM and understands the ins and outs of what's available. We think that it would be the function of that committee to select an aggregation consultant and to set the standards for any third-party supply agreement. The selection of a consultant requires no payment of fees or ongoing financial obligation. The selection of the consultant will be made solely on an evaluation of capability and expertise, for which our group is well qualified. Once a consultant is selected, the Green Ridgewood Aggregation Committee will formulate a plan to approach the marketplace with our requirements for alternate energy consumption. We also deal with price, the term of the contract, the period of the contract, and generally work with the third-party suppliers to find the best deal. It should be noted that even with the selection of a consultant, there is no obligation on the part of the village to enter into a third-party supply agreement. Furthermore, also noted that should the municipality agree to a third-party supply agreement, all residents will have the ability to opt out at any time. Those residents already enrolled in a third-party supply agreement will be automatically eliminated from the program. If they wish to get into the program and their current contract allows them to withdraw without penalty, they should be able to sign in during our sign-in period. Additionally, the committee will hold at least one town hall meeting to explain the process, the program, and the impact on residents. We ask that you approve moving forward with this by ordinance, and then we can get to work and putting together all the details that would be necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, George. Thank you, everyone. Okay, so questions?
I mean, I would just like to say that, I mean, the environmental benefits are obvious, but I mean, since there is no financial obligation and you're not really locked into anything until you get to see, you know, what kind of deals are out there, is probably worth exploring, I would say for sure, especially with energy trending higher and, you know, all energy prices are going higher in a year. It could be different, it could change, but I mean, if the trend stays in place, then to lock in a rate for a year or a year and a half or 2 years now could be immensely beneficial to residents. So, I mean, I think it's definitely worth a look to see what's out there and, you know, we could possibly get.
We are also planning a town hall for April 29th so that we can get the word out to residents, and it is an educational process. We want them to understand what's involved. And I'll be putting out more information about that soon.
Anyone else questions?
I mean, I agree with Mike. It's worth, let's see what price they come back with. It doesn't cost us anything to see, so let's see what they come up with.
I mean, I would my cautionary thought is what happened in Texas was because they went, I believe, because they went outside of the whatever the equivalent is of the PSE&G, and that's why they had those catastrophic bills down in Texas.
That is true.
I'd be more concerned with opting people in and people not being aware that they've been opted in, because you know what, listen, we put the message out to everybody on lots of stuff, and then we have people say to us, I never knew that. So God forbid somebody was opted in without their knowledge. That's always been my concern. So I'm a little hesitant.
To my hand.
So I'm going to just share, I just have a couple questions. So on your Glen Rock Renewable Government Energy Aggregation chart, are you saying those are not actuals, that those are estimates? Is that what I understood someone to say?
That is based on one person's home, his own bills, and he compared it to other people's bills, and he thought it was representative. So we do take this with a grain of salt.
Okay, so out of the 16-month period, we had 9 months where the PSE&G pricing was lower. We had 4 months where the pricing was the same and 3 months where the renewable was lower. And so when we're opting people into something, and according to this, even though we're taking it with a grain of salt, it actually could be costing our residents more. And I do have a question because I did a ton of research on this. And when we talk about 100% renewable, necessarily a company can be using credits, energy credits, to offset the amount of renewable that they're using. Is that correct?
Beth or Christine, you want to answer that? I'll initially say that this was a program for 100% renewable, and even Glen Rock knows that they learned their lesson from this. Glen Rock won't be going.
I want to say that my research indicates that somebody could say 100% renewable, but in order to get to the 100%, use 30% credit, renewable energy credit, and then represent that they're 100% renewable. So I just wanted to get a response on that. That's my research.
Can I answer? We have no intention of going to a 100% standard. The standard that we would set would be probably more than 10% above the current rate, which is 23%. Renewable. The numbers get funny when you start to push them for renewable credits, because it's all based on renewable credits. When you look at the pricing for an aggregation, you have one piece, if you will, if you had a diagram, one piece which will show you the basic generation price, which is set, you'll see that on your electric bill. The other piece of it is what it takes to purchase the RECs in order to get qualified as renewable energy. And the more you have to delve into that percentage, let's just say that other 50%, the more you're going to pay. So it pushes your pricing up, and we're not sure there's any real value to pushing your pricing up. So we would say we're not going to get close enough with that, but all the other pieces that go into pricing are the regs. Now, the regs are generated, as you know, by a credit that all companies that produce alternate energy get. and they're free to sell that. So again, it's all comes down to how you define your program as to whether or not you're going, we intend to define our program so that it stays under what the PSE&G calls the price to compare, which is the price that you pay if you're not enrolled in an aggregation. It is the basic consuming price. So we intend to basically organize ourselves around staying in that limit so that, as far as I can tell, we should always be under the aggregate price. Furthermore, to Bernadette's point, with the deregulation, there was a whole change in definitions in terms of suppliers, in terms of utilities and what have you. When you do an aggregation, you're not changing the source necessarily of your energy supply. It is still coming through your utility. It is still whatever PSE&G is providing. That's what you're getting. Billing is all done through PSE&G. The whole shebang is handled through PSE&G. The difference being that you have now third-party suppliers who are suppliers to public service. And so in order to help support them, they can go into the market with their own RECs and sell them at whatever the market will bear. But as far as the supply is concerned, it is PSE&G supply. That supply over time will be, over the next 8-9 years, will be increased by mandate from the Public Utilities Authority. So the guideline is 50% by 2030, but the power is still the same. You're getting exactly the same power. You're getting exactly the same meter reader. Nothing in that regard changes. It gets confusing because they use the term supplier for third-party supplier, but you're not getting your energy directly from another source. It all has to come through PSE&G. And if you look at the science of electricity, you know that electricity is fungible. So once you produce it at whatever plant, whether it be alternate or gas powered, it's going into the grid. And there's no way to dissect that. Once it gets into the grid, you cannot reclaim it as wind energy or solar energy, because it's coming through public service, in our case, lines, unless of course you're Orange and Rockland. But that's really, there's no real concern about that as far as the resident is concerned, because it's the same material coming through your same utility, and everything's controlled through the utility.
So I also have another question. So, and I'm familiar with the third-party supplier. I had switched years ago, but actually switched back to PSE&G because the price kept going up and up and up. Mm-hmm. So I made that observation, and so I am extremely cautious, and that's going back a lot of years. I also noted that I believe it's another New Jersey municipality, and I don't recall, maybe Hamilton, they were in an aggregation program, and they started in 2019, and they just announced that they're done with it, and they put everybody back into PSE&G. So it's interesting that what's not successful and what is. And so I'm very cautious, but I did have one last question on the Maplewood, New Jersey document.
Yep.
Okay, it says here, in March 2019, they awarded a 17-month cooperative energy contract to Direct Energy Services to supply, and it specifically states, cheaper and greener electricity to thousands of residential customers in this 5-town. So how did they guarantee that it was going to be cheaper? I mean, it's interesting because it says that it's cheaper. So presumably they mean cheaper than the big guy on the block. Go ahead, Christine.
And what that means is cheaper at the time of contracting. That's required under the regs.
I'd also like to interject something or two comments, if you don't mind, about what's the questions that have arisen. The problem with people in Texas who we saw the television coverage where they were astounded with high pricing at the time they were having the horrible weather conditions. When you have a third-party supply, you have the option of having a variable price, which is based on what the market is doing or trending, or you have a fixed price. And once you lock in that fixed price, that's like a security blanket. You know that they cannot charge you over that amount during the course of your agreement. So that's something that we certainly would be opting for, to take away the risk of a variable price. Granted, when the market's doing well, you can save a lot of money with variable, but that's just it, it's risky. And to your point, Mayor Knutson, about the, at the time you were on a third-party supply agreement and it wasn't saving, I'm just thinking that realistically, if there were thousands of Ridgewood residents who came together, their load would be aggregated, and to the suppliers, the larger your load, the more attractive you are and the better, more competitive pricing you could get. So certainly we would be able to get pricing offers that are more competitive than what individual homeowners or individual businesses could get.
But that brings me back to the grain of salt Glenrock Renewable Government Energy Aggregation chart. So I don't really know. I think for me, I need additional information. I need to do my own research before. For me personally, I commit village resources, especially our CFO, to doing any kind of work on this. He's already got probably a full plate. I need to have some additional information. So what I would like to do is have some, for me, I mean, I don't know what anybody else, but maybe everyone's committed to moving forward. I just feel I'm equally concerned as Councilwoman Walsh opting people in. I don't care what their bill says. I don't care. When we talk about that you're locked in to a rate and you're no longer having accessibility to that variable rate, the fluctuations in the market, that could cost people a lot of money if that price drop, and you're asking us to roll the dice for the folks instead of letting them make those determinations on their own. So I'm incredibly uncomfortable with this. So I need some additional information, and I appreciate all the work and Christine, think the world of you. I know it's way back, and George, and thank you all. But for me personally, I want to put a little hold on this still.
Can I make 2 points just to address some of the other questions that have been asked as well? I think, one thing, even if we don't go forward with this project, we are still exposed to price volatility. So everyone's bills could go up and down. I mean, we're seeing extremes in weather. We're witnessing this locally. So this would offer a fixed rate. The option is out there. I think one thing about this project that's interesting to consider, some people are interested in having greener solutions to power their home. And maybe it's cost prohibitive for them to have a solar panel put on their house. Maybe they can't do geothermal. It's just not within their capability to do that on their home. This is a baby step in that right direction. And this is a fixed time, this opportunity. It could be considered a pilot, see how it goes, and then just don't do another contract. It's for a finite amount of time. We could try it out and see how it works. But I think a lot of people really want to feel better about where they're getting their power from. Susan, to your point, it's not going to come from a different place. Just because we have this aggregation, you're going to turn on your light switch, it's going to come from the grid. Whatever's on the grid, it's going to come. But when we participate in opportunities like this, this provides capital spend to these companies that are trying to develop renewable opportunities for our grid for the future. I mean, we have all these projects that are going in that are getting protested in the area, just for gas compression stations. So clearly people want to make decisions that give them greener opportunities to power their home. And this is kind of a baby step for folks. So I think a big part of it is the change management. A huge part of it is the education, because people don't want to feel like they're being fleeced and told what to do, for sure. But I mean, I think there's so many opportunities here. And if it's our role to educate folks That would be on us completely.
Yeah, unfortunately, while it's on you when everything, when everyone's put in the crosshairs because people are not satisfied, we're the ones seated up
Oh,
here.
no, I can appreciate that.
So I think we've been burned a few times. So for me, I just need additional information before I'm willing to commit village resources to this. I think I need some to do either my own research and would be welcome to, happy to invite you to come back. Maybe village council members need a little more time to review and better understand. I think that to George's point, I don't, regardless of the percentage, if it's coming through those credits, I don't, it's not necessarily doing much good, but I don't know if anyone else wants to add to that. Councilwoman Reynolds, Deputy Mayor, Councilwoman Walsh.
I mean, I kind of agree with everybody. I can see everybody's side. I certainly know, myself included, I hate change. I would not be happy if I didn't know about this and then I got my bill and I see there's another name on it under PSE&G. I'd be furious that I was opted in without my permission. So I do think a lot of education has to be done, a lot of outreach, the town hall that Pam is talking about. I mean, without going, forward and using village resources, can we see what people think about this? And, let them do their research. We should do more research as well.
Yeah, I think that's a really good idea. I mean, this is something that we can certainly kind of go into the world and better understand how people feel. I got to tell you, if I went to the other side of town and told my mother we were opting her into a program for her energy, she'd be upset. She would say, "What are you doing? You folks are responsible for public safety, infrastructure, and services. So stay out of my energy." So I kind of, you kind of know what people their how they sense, what somebody's doing and how that could backfire. So why don't we do this? Unless anybody wants to specifically move forward, is it possible for you to kind of present to us the kind of maybe rough draft educational materials at an upcoming meeting? Show us how you would present this, how, if I saw this chart as a consumer, I would say, yeah, thanks, but no thanks, because this could translate into big bucks on those. I mean, even though it's pennies per kilowatt, it could translate into a lot of money. I know we talk about increasing taxes, $200 on the average home. And, that's on average, based on a typical increase, it works out to about $20 additional a quarter for folks. When we're worried about that, when we're seriously concerned about that, we have to can really seriously consider what we're doing. So if you want to come back to, another meeting, we can reschedule, you guys. If you want to show us what kind of educational materials, maybe a little bit more detailed information about what the pricing looks like, those energy credits, and maybe we could do a little bit more work on this before we commit village resources. I don't know if that makes sense to everyone, but I have to cough. Sorry, excuse me. Anyway.
All right, well, thank you.
Does that work for you, Pam? Is that good
Sure.
for you guys? Okay. It's council, everyone?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. We really appreciate your time and commitment to this. We know it's important. We just want to make sure we get it right. I think the kids said every day is Earth Day, right? Is that what the students said? Every day is Earth Day, as it should be.
Every day should be Earth Day.
Every day should be Earth Day. Thank you.
We'll move on to our discussion items under Ridgewood Water. The first one is awarding the purchase of materials and supply equipment under the National Joint Powers Alliance, under the National Cooperative Purchasing Contract. Ridgewood Water anticipates exceeding the statutory limit of $17,500 for the year 2021. It's an amount not to exceed $85,000, and funding is in the 2021 water operating budget.
Questions? Anyone?
Does anyone have a question, comment?
Yes. What aspect of this is for public safety related equipment and supplies?
For Ridgewood Water.
Yes, but can you be a little more specific?
I don't have a specific quantity, but Granger sells thousands of products. So it's everything from us getting like hoses for a chlorine pump to maybe getting a no trespassing sign at a building. It's, you know, they carry everything that's in the blue book and anything you could think of that, you know, we need that's a small product. So public safety related, you know, would it be stuff specific like signage and security?
Okay, moving on.
Okay, the next item is a professional services award to Topology New Jersey LLC of Newark, New Jersey, for professional services for assistance with the Linwood Well Green Acres diversion. In 2019, Ridgewood Water successfully drilled a replacement well for the original non-functional Linwood well. Both wells in the existing well house are located adjacent to Graydon Pool, and within that property, it's designated on the village's ROSI, the Recreational and Open Space Inventory. In order to place a new well in use, piping will have to be installed to the existing well house, and based on discussion with New Jersey Green Acres, this 1,366 square foot disturbance will require an application for a diversion. Topology will assist Ridgewood Water in meeting with Green Acres and seeking approval for this diversion. And in discussing with Green Acres, Ridgewood Water will also discuss the possibility of including the existing well house in the diversion to prepare for any future disturbance associated with the facility improvements. The Linwood well and the building have been in place since 1931. So this is an amount not to exceed $26,000, and it will be paid for out of the Ridgewood Water capital budget.
Any questions? Moving on. Pam, did you have a question?
Well, as I calculated, this is a 12 by 12 piece of property, 12 foot by 12 foot. It's really tiny. And I'm dismayed that we have to spend $26,000 hiring Topology to do this diversion. But I did speak with Rich today and he explained it to me. And well, if you can convince Green Acres that this property doesn't come within the requirements of a diversion, that would be great.
All right, and just to add on to that, and thank you for saying that. I think that's part of the first phase that we need to do with Topology, because I just don't understand how this property was included in the ROSI in the first place. It should have been excluded in the list, you know, to cover the area of the well house and at least 50 feet around it for the wellhead protection. And it's been there, like Heather said, since 1931. That preceded any list or any other improvements. So that will definitely be our first, meeting with Green Acres to push for that and hopefully get out of spending the money on the additional phases.
Do you know of any other properties that need to be excluded from the ROSI?
I believe there are others. I could put together a list.
I'd really like to see it.
Okay.
The next one is a change order. It's the water main replacement of Jefferson Street and Salem Lane. This was awarded to OnQ Technologies for a price not to exceed $814,290. But at this time, an additional $107,150 is required to complete work beyond the original contract scope. This is required to complete distribution work related to installation of the water mains and service connections. And it includes additional fittings, also installing 9 additional service connections, installing additional 8-inch water main, and there were delays due to changes and weather delays. So now it's going to be completed on May 15th of this year. This increase is a 13% increase, and funding is in the Ridgewood Water capital budget. Comments or questions? No. Okay. Next item is parking, and we're going to talk about the dining corrals. As you know, we had looked at the removable bollards, heavy-duty crash-resistant bollards for the dining corrals. Park West Tavern has offered to be our pilot study location. They have 4 parking spaces in front of Park West Tavern, as well as the old post office building, which they also own. And so basically at both ends and in the middle, there'll be the crash resistant, if I'm reading this correctly, and in between there'll be the regular bollards. The estimated cost is approximately just under $20,000. We would have to discuss, how much of that the village might pay, how much Park West may pay. And then in addition, there would be lost parking revenue for those 4 parking spaces, because once these are in, they're put into the ground with a concrete slab and screws. So they can be removed, but not easily. It won't be like it's on a daily basis. So if we needed to remove them, we could, but it wouldn't be all the time. Chris Ruthershauser is here to answer any questions you may have.
I think it's an interesting pilot. I just want to point out that they won't look all the same. They do look different. The crash resistant ones are bigger, so you won't have a uniformity. And I just wanted to bring that up. But I think it's an interesting post-COVID idea.
Chris, you there?
He's on mute, Chris.
There he is.
Okay.
Wait, coming.
There he is.
Oh, hi. I was under the impression that these bollards could also, go down and lay flat, right? I mean, so that.
They can be pulled out and a lid would cover the surface.
Oh, so they would really be there 24/7, except for, if we were having a major snowstorm, I assume you'd take them out. Or,
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
But
they're at one height. They're not, I think to your question, they're not adjustable to going up and down at different heights in the socket.
Okay, that's what I thought they were. So all of them would have to be removed in a snowstorm?
Yes.
Ones as well.
Or in a situation where the village wanted the full width of the street for whatever purposes we needed it.
Okay. Personally, I would be very uncomfortable with not having them all crash resistant. You never know when a car is going to go out of control, and there's a lot of space in between the crash resistant ones and the other ones. I would not want to be sitting in the street. That's my opinion.
Has anybody talked to the business to see how much they'd be willing to put in? Because that's if that's all on us, that's a lot of money for us to just put on into one business and then lose 4 on-street parking spaces. They're the most desirable spaces in the village. So I mean those would be my concerns.
I think once the discussion. That would be the next step in the discussion, would be how the business wants to pay for this, how much support they'd be looking for. Another thing that also the council has to decide is how much do you want to lease or rent that individual parking space that a corral would employ?
Right, I'd be looking for the full amount for the spaces. I mean, that's just my opinion.
So what is currently, and I just want to ask this question because, you know, the street dining was, you know, was a response to COVID and restrictions. And I think if I'm not mistaken, the current restaurant capacity was increased to 50% now indoor. And so if we're trending towards upping that increased capacity, is this a little premature to be, or maybe not wise to embark on this? Because right now we have temporary barriers. We're up to 50%. The intent as things progress and capacity is increased over, you know, in the coming weeks, months, and hopefully, you know, we're going to look at this in a rearview mirror in very short order. I just wonder if we should just say, let's forgo this pilot. Let's continue with the movable barriers right now. Let's not be digging holes in the streets and continuing with dining in the parking spaces in perpetuity, because we could be seeing this, you know, at some point in the foreseeable future coming to some conclusion. And if we're at 50% now capacity and you have street, you know, sidewalk dining, I almost feel like we might be responding to something right now with something more permanent that is just, hopefully, I'm praying, unnecessary.
So I'll just add, after we talked about this the last time, and I meant to send everybody the article, and I didn't. There was an article in the New York Post about a car that drove into all the diners that were dining outside on, it was like an extended dining situation. It was in New York. So I guess maybe the question is for Matt, if we got involved in this type of a process, whose responsibility is it? Are we indemnified as a village for protecting a restaurant's customers? Like, you know, because I guess, you know, we would be responsible to protect them. And if it didn't protect them, and God forbid something happened like what happened in New York City, I'll send you guys the article tomorrow. You know, are we responsible for that? I guess that's the question I would have.
Yeah, I think one of the things you have to look at is, first of all, when the pandemic hit, we had all the property owners sign off, I believe, or the restaurant owners and anybody who wanted to utilize the promenade for their business purposes, sign off that they had to follow our instructions, keep social distancing, and also deal with releases. It certainly would be something that we'd want to look at with regard to Park West in this instance, and anybody else that we decide to go ahead with this. We could be, you know, if somebody was injured as a result of this, or a car breaking through one of these things, not only would they go after the manufacturer of these ballards, but they'd also, you know, they'd go after the town, they'd go after the restaurant. They would do that. There may be limited exposure, but steps can be taken to try and further limit that. You know, if this is something that you know, Park West really wants, you know, we can discuss further the parameters of that from a litigation standpoint, but we've got to, you know, we've got exposure in regard to it in certain ways.
Yeah. And then the only other question I would ask would be, is it fair to the other restaurants that we would be, even though we're calling it a pilot, when you call it a pilot, is it that this is going to be duplicated elsewhere in the village for the other restaurant that would have liked to have been the first pilot? You know, I guess what is the plan? If it's a pilot to me means ongoing, or, you know, could be ongoing or at other locations. So
That's a great question, because how did Park West, who was else was considered? But again, I think this might be a little premature at this point, only because, you know, we have the removable, the other barriers. And right now, regardless of who's paying for it, the more permanent digging into the street and doing all of this kind of work. And it could be that at 50% capacity now, we could be at 75% next month. And so we weren't looking to make this dining permanent. It was a response, this type of in the parking space dining permanent. It was a response to, you know, COVID and the dining restrictions. So I feel like we maybe want to revisit this later on down the road, just to see how those capacity numbers are trending. That is my opinion.
Yep, I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I agree.
Great.
Good.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. The next item is the continued discussion of the 2021 budget. And we have Bob Rooney, our CFO, here.
Good evening. I just want to bring you up to date on what has transpired since we introduced the budget. As you're aware, we're scheduled for our hearing on April 14th. The Division of Local Government Services review may be somewhat delayed due to staff reductions and some of the employees working from home. So we have noticed that there has been some delay in response. So in any event, there will most likely be amendments to the budget, and I'll delineate why. The first is the Federal American Rescue Plan Act, the COVID Pandemic Response and Recovery Act. Part of this law consists of what is called local fiscal recovery funds. The proceeds of this fund will be distributed from the U.S. Treasury to the state of New Jersey. The timetable for the receipt is estimated to be 90 days from the date of the president's signing, which was March 11th. So assume the latest date for distribution would be in June. However, if the feds issue guidelines to the state as to how these funds can be used, the division may allow us to utilize these funds prior to the June date of receipt. The preliminary estimate for the village is between $4.6 and $5.6 million. 50% of that money would be received in 2021 and 50% next year. The bill, the way it is set up right now, indicates that the money cannot be used to reduce taxes. However, it can be used to supplement the loss of revenue or COVID-related expenses that were incurred during the year. The second reason for amendment may be due to the fact that our budget was prepared in accordance with DLGS guidelines, where we used a 3-year average of revenues that were realized for the years 17, 18, and 19. Subsequent to our introduction, local government has now said, oh no, we want you to use 18, 19, and 20. The result of that is about a $288,000 reduction in the amount of revenue that I can anticipate in the 2021 budget and $58,000 for parking. Unfortunately, this guidance that was communicated by local government wasn't just to Ridgewood, it was to many municipalities. So there are several others that are in the same boat. However, part of the communication also is allowing us to use CARES money that was received in 2021. That's approximately $228,000 that will offset most of this shortfall. The third reason for the amendment is the note issuance. Council just passed the resolution which authorizes me to issue notes to fund the ordinance that was adopted last year. The funds have to be in place before we can anticipate the use of that money in the current budget. The current fund has cash surplus anticipated of $4 million. On the available is 3.8 and non-cash surplus of 1.5. So we're short there. So that requires the need for the notes to be issued. The parking utility has $200,000 of surplus, cash surplus, and $700,000 of non-cash. We're anticipating 477, so that also requires that the notes be issued. We will not be allowed to utilize any non-cash surplus until the notes are in-house. Steve and I are currently working on, excuse me, reviewing the appropriations for potential reductions. However, until local government completes their review, I would suggest that we not make any type of modifications until we have the hearing, and we can then move on and hopefully we'll have more information to know how we have to proceed. Any questions?
Well, let me just say one thing for our new council members. When it goes to the state, there are times the state comes back and says, oh, this wasn't calculated right, or this wasn't what we anticipated how you were going to do this. And then so we have to make reductions based on their review at times. So I think that's what Bob's saying, is we really have to wait and see how they come back with reductions before we take further reductions ourselves on our budget. Right? Am I correct in that?
100% correct. So for example, just to say, let's say I used a 3-year average for municipal court fines, and they come back and say, well, you know, our indication is that the courts haven't closed, or they're closed, they're not going to reopen for X, Y, and Z. We suggest you reduce that. Okay. So again, it's a suggestion, isn't an order, but there could be issues like that based upon their review, because I told council from the get-go, this year was going to be very unique. We're experiencing a lot of things that municipalities and the state have never encountered before. So they tried to put a lot of patches in here to help minimize the impact of these shortfalls. But now as they're moving forward, they're starting to come up with new rules, new regulations. And like I said, we introduced prior to them coming out with what their new rules are. So we're sort of stuck with what we have right now until we listen to what feedback they're going to give us on their review.
So Bob, I just wanted to run through that discussion you and I had, and by Jones weighing in on one of the ways that we can alleviate some of the burden of a tax increase is by suspending our local open space tax, which is completely controlled by the village, and that brings us down almost a full percentage point, at least for this year, which tempers to some extent the impact, and then we can regroup next year and whatever the outcome is, because we're kind of not there yet, but this is one of those areas. I don't know if you want to discuss that at all.
So we have the opportunity. We raise part of the calculation of my increase did not include the open space tax, which we never talk about. We make an annual contribution to it. However, we have the ability to make that zero this year, in which case there'd be I believe it's a $35 average savings on a tax bill. So that's an option that we have. And again, it's something that we would hold off on until we have the hearing to determine whether that's something we would need or not.
Right. And that brings it down almost, it's almost a full percentage point, right? It's just shy.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Okay.
Can I ask a question about that? So how much is it? How much is the open space that it would bring down that total bill, $35?
I think it's roughly $300 and some odd $1,000 that we budget each year as part of the increase in tax.
I thought that in order to bring it down 2 points, it was going to be 700,000.
Right.
So that's,
you got to do the math on the rates. So I'd have to go back and calculate it for you.
yeah.
But the rate for the open space tax, I forget exactly what it was, but when you have to do the math, I can give you something that will walk you through it.
Okay.
But basically, if you look at the impact on the average assessed value of a home, it comes out to be about $35.
I think it was a half cent on every $100 assessed.
I don't remember. I don't remember. We'd worked out the calculation. We did the math on it and confirmed with Bud Jones that was doable. But again, because that's our local open space tax. So it just allows us, it just really, I think we'll have to look at it in a big picture, but it allows us some cushion and relief for our residents, at least for the coming year, as then we regroup for next year. So whatever, but first we have to, I guess, solidify more of where we're going with this.
And we control that, so we can determine the amount of money that we would put into that, to the open space for the year. And in confirming with bond counsel and also with the auditors, we do have the option to make that zero should we want to do that.
But I guess I'm a little confused. So if we're to get back over the 2-year period, 4.6 to 5.6 million, wouldn't the lost revenue from the parking utility be the total amount needed to realize that 2% drop, that 720 that we were talking about? So then why would we have to touch open space?
Well, we wouldn't. It's just an option if we, that's just an option. It's just an option in the event we're looking at the bigger number. It's an option. And that's why I said, I think we have to have more information and be a little bit more detailed in where we're going with this.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
sorry. I should have been clear with that. Sorry, Bernadette.
Bernadette, just to take you one step further, separate the parking from the tax rate. So the whatever millions of dollars that we potentially can get can be possibly, I don't have the guidelines yet, so possibly used in parking. It doesn't say anything about utilities. It just says to offset revenue shortfalls. So there's a lot of questions that are still open. I'm just speaking high level. We need interpretation from the state to get us some guidance.
And the total amount has to be used for 2021 and for 2020, the 2020 has to be used in 2021 and the 2021 has to be used in 2022. So we
No,
have to apply
you
it.
have to spend it by 2024.
Okay.
Oh.
So
I
whatever
thought- I
relief,
misunderstood that.
whatever relief you need or you want to utilize for 21, you can do that.
Yeah.
But the full amount has to be spent by 2024.
Yeah, because I mean, I believe we should be anticipating a parking utility loss again, 2021. So we would have to.
Right.
Yeah.
And I understand that. And again, it's the division has to come out with guidance as to how this can be used.
Okay.
All right.
Bob, would this go into surplus or would this be like its own kind of separate COVID relief fund that you would just tap into where you would need it?
So right now, it's to reimburse revenue shortfall and COVID expenses that have been incurred to date. The addition, let's say a perfect world, we wipe out any shortfalls that we had and we have $3 million left over. We then should sit down and determine how that's going to be used to financially to, down the road. But money can be put aside for specific health areas that might be dealing with COVID and the result of, long-term care and things of that nature. So you will have some options, but right now it's an immediate relief to what has been spent or lost so far.
Okay, thank you.
So Bob, could you just explain one thing? Because Bernadette, you noted the 4.6 million, and then you said 2021, 50%, 2022, 50%. So did I misunderstand that? Because I think that's what Councilwoman Walsh was asking. And then you said,
It's the receipt of the funds. So the state has to distribute to us half of the 4.6.
okay, I misunderstood. Got it.
I'm sorry, maybe I wasn't clear, but anyway, so you're going to get the cash, the entire allotment in the next 2 years. And then you have until 2024 to spend it all.
Okay, understood. I misunderstood that. I guess I just misinterpreted what was
No,
said.
I may not have said it appropriately. I'm sorry.
It's okay. All right. Any other questions?
Then we're going to move on. Mr. Rooney, if he'll stay, and Mr. Rosazar, if he'll come on as well. We're going to talk about the update on the Shedler Park property, the berm construction boulder wall option, and then 12E1, which is the Zabriskie Shedler house. We're going to put them all together, okay? Because it's really one property, various things being done. So I'm just going to give you a summary. The Shedler property improvements, the appropriation so far has been $1,617,140, of which $459,811.36 has been spent. So the balance for the property is $1,157,328.64. The Zabriskie Shedler house, the appropriation was $473,500, of which $301,871.43 has been spent. So the balance still for the Zabriskie Shedler house is $1,171,628.57. The Zabriskie Shedler house, the village has received and/or been awarded grants for the work on the Zabriskie Shedler house with a 50% match from the village as follows. For phase 1, the roof stabilization and planning documents, we received a grant of $116,725 from Bergen County, from a Bergen County grant. We had to have a match, 50% match. Phase 2A, exterior stabilization of the house and interior rehabilitation. We received a $200,000 Bergen County grant. Again, we need to also provide 50%. Phase 2B, interior rehabilitation, additional exterior work, $75,600 Bergen County grant. Those have all been received. The last one is phase 2B, which we've not done yet, which is a complete interior work. And that was a grant for $374,375. That again was a Bergen County grant. It was just approved by the commissioners, I think in March. And then we're also going to be applying for a round 2 New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust grant in the amount of $499,167, where there's no match needed. The total amount of Bergen County grants received approved for the Zabriskie Shedler house is $766,700 with a 50% match from the village. So the $499,000 from New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust, which is 12E1 that we have to apply for this grant, is money we've already spent. Usually what happens is, as I said, we have to provide some and then the county provides some. And then, you know, we get reimbursed once we show them the expenditures we've made. In this case, it's a different type of grant. And so we can actually go back to money we've already spent. Basically, first of all, I want to say the deadline for this New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust grant, which is round 2. In round 1, we did apply, but unfortunately, we had big names like Ellis Island who received those grants. And so we really didn't place up with those big names. However, we are fairly confident to apply again. We did speak with the, not the reviewer, but someone in the office who knows what the reviewers look at, what we need, and we're going to provide that additional information to them. And we're confident that this will improve our application for round 2. So the project for the house is approximately $900,000. The village has spent $250,000 in phase 1. So we can ask for 1/2 of that amount that we've already spent, which is $125,000 in the application. In addition, as I just mentioned, the commissioners, Bergen County commissioners, just approved the grant for $374,375. And the village must provide matching funds to that grant. So the maximum amount the village can apply for from New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust is $125,000, which is half of the $250,000 we've already spent. And then the $374,375 for the village's match to the Bergen County Historic Grant for a total of approximately $499,000. And the maximum amount that can be applied for is 25% of the total project cost. So that basically explains this 12E. It's like I said, it's an unusual grant. It's usually not the way that we're used to grants, but what's great is we can get money back if we're awarded it for money we've already spent. So that's basically the summary I have for the Shedler House. So the interior is what's actually going to be looked at next for the house. So it's basically the HVAC, the plumbing, the repairing and installing electric wiring, and a new electric service box, security and fire protection, cosmetic considerations, plaster walls, ceiling surfaces, repairs of doors and windows, where restoration is needed. So this should get us to finish the project, and then we can open it up. One of the good things about this round 2 is that, first of all, round 1, we didn't know whether or not we had been awarded the Bergen County grant. Now we know we have. So that's in our favor. And in addition, the fact that this will finish up this project for the house, which obviously New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust would love to point to it and say, yes, we helped to finish this project. So we're hopeful that by applying in this round 2 with the additional information that we now have, that we have a better chance of getting that money. So the next one is on the Shedler property itself. So the Shedler property improvements to date have included the following. It's removal of dead and decaying trees. There was archaeological work done on the property near the house, moving of a utility pole by PSE&G so we could install a driveway, demolition of the garage, I believe, removal of the well. Mr. Rutherford can correct me if I'm wrong. Testing.
You're right.
I'm sorry?
You're correct.
Okay. Testing of soil coming to the property to build the berm and selective clearing for the berm. The village has received information from the State Historic Preservation Office about additional changes that they want made to the Shedler property. And in addition, there's a change in the berm structure, which we would like to discuss with you this evening. So why don't we go into that now? So Mr. Rutherford, if you would just kind of summarize the new berm option with the trees at the bottom and the fence at the bottom, right?
We've had some discussions with some arborists, and one of them has not recommended putting the trees on top of the berm. They feel that they're not going to have a long lifespan up there because of their exposure. We had originally proposed the berm with trees on top and at the bottom, along with a fence. We also moved the fence so it's easier to access the area for our parks maintenance people. We're going to put gates in there.
So the fence would be at the bottom of the berm instead of
Yes.
the top of the berm.
It would be at the bottom of the berm instead of previously we had shown it at the top of the berm. On the highway side, we have to finish off the guide rail. The guide rail along the highway is intermittent. It's not complete along the whole frontage. We have to finish that. We have to provide irrigation so that these trees will thrive. If the council desires a very high screening, berm and trees, we can plant something like the green giant arborvitaes along the top. They'll grow quickly. They'll provide a screening, but I don't think there'll be a long-term screen on top of the berm. For a long-term screening, we're counting on the spruces proposed to be planted along the base of the berm. Okay, so if there's any questions on that, I think the council folks got a sketch of what we show as a cross section. If this is acceptable, we want to present it to SHPO and get their approval so that this step on the site development could move forward.
And then, go ahead. You have a question?
Chris, I had a quick question. So if we don't put the trees on the top of the berm, what are we going to put on the berm? Are we going to put like a creeping juniper or something what's going to solidify, for lack of a better term, the berm?
We could have to look at whether we use a vegetative ground cover.
Yeah.
Or ground cover like a creeping juniper.
Yeah.
Or just mulch. Mulch and wood chips require less water and maintenance. However, if we get weed growths in them, it could be unsightly.
Yeah.
Mulch will just wash away also. You need something to hold it together.
Well, the berm's been holding up pretty good. We built that about 18 months ago.
Yeah.
Chris, is it speed? I'm sorry, Bernadette, go ahead.
No, I was gonna say it had like growth on it that wasn't that great looking though.
Yes, it did have growth and it wasn't that attractive.
Yeah. Chris, how high is the berm now?
Right now, it's about, I'd say about 8 to 10 feet high. We're
It
going
is.
to level it out to about an 8-foot height. And we have to shape it a little bit. Right now, the shape was made by what we could do with our loaders. We have to grade it in the final product towards the cross section that I showed on the sketch.
So for me, I think that what was the creeper called?
Creeping juniper.
So I think a ground cover, ivy, creeping juniper, whatever, would be really enhance that. And I think the trees in front, I think that might be a savings if we were able to do that as well. The trees in the front and the fence in front of that, I think it's fabulous. I think that those trees will, they grow fairly quickly. And they'll provide the screening for the berm anyway. So I think that nice green behind it would be pretty. And the fencing, I think this is ideal.
So let me ask you a question. With the trees on the bottom, is the fence going to be, as you're facing the berm, the fence is going to be first, the trees behind it, and then the berm? Or the trees, the fence, and then the berm?
I don't have that sketch in front of me. I think I had the fence behind the trees
Correct.
at the toe of the berm.
Okay.
So the trees will be closest.
You have it
No,
in.
that's not how it is.
No, it's in front of
I don't have the sketch with me.
No. So you have it, Chris, you have if I'm standing in the park, if I'm standing at the house and I look at it, you have the fence and it appears the trees
Right.
behind it,
Okay.
then the berm is behind it. I feel like the fence should go behind the trees.
Correct. I think so too.
All right. So you prefer the fence at the toe of the berm, then the trees, then the walking path in the park.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that gives the trees more space to kind of grow and kind of.
Right.
Yeah.
Chris, how fast do spruces grow?
Excuse me?
How fast does like the spruce grow that you're thinking of putting?
The spruces, I'd say they could probably grow about a foot a year if they've got optimum conditions. The challenges we're going to have out there are water, which is why we're proposing an irrigation system. And then there's the environmental conditions that may take a pounding on the trees, and that would be the deer herd. The property does have upwards of half a dozen deer on it at times. We have seen them on the berm. We've seen them happily munching away on it, whatever they can find.
Okay. Have you ever heard of a Leland cypress?
Yeah, it's a very fast growing tree.
Yeah.
I'd like to double check with our arborist as to which tree is better. I know the spruces are a durable tree. As a comparison, if you recall the trees that were along the highway, they were white pines. They had grown 40, 50 feet tall, but white pines are very brittle. They break up a lot in wind and ice storms. And after a number of years, they started to look quite disheveled. So the Leland cypress is a choice we can consider.
Okay. Because I mean, I have them. They grow so fast. It's unbelievable. I mean, I don't know if the deer like them or not. I don't have deer. So that's a question to ask. And they seem to do well no matter what. They have grown phenomenally.
Okay, we can investigate whether they're a better choice than the spruce trees.
Okay.
I mean, the Leland cypress sound fine to me. I'm just wondering, Chris, do you recall, remember when we were working on that project over by Carriage Lane, that missing trees along Route 17?
Mhm.
And they planted the new ones, because those have grown very fast. I don't know what those are. I have no clue. And I didn't think to go back and look at my emails. But they also grew very quickly, and they're right along 17. They're very close to the environmental impact. So I don't know. I'm fine with the Leland cypress. So, but I just recall that tree was very fast growing as well. It's the reason that you recommended it.
Yeah, we'll look at to see growth rates on the cypress versus the Leland cypress, a cypress versus the spruces, excuse me, and also which one will be the least attractive to the wildlife.
So everyone's okay with this new layout for the berm and the fence and the trees? And then
Oh,
we'll
if you-
look at, like I said, the creeping juniper, like you said, or the ivy or something as a ground cover for the berm. Instead,
I'd prefer a native plant for the ground cover.
What kind of native plant is a ground cover? Do you know?
I'm not sure. But in fact, usually native plants aren't vines, but I think it's important to provide that habitat. When you show these trees as 6 foot tall, that's the size that you would plant them at. Is that right?
Yes.
And do we have to have the boulders? Are they important structurally?
No, they're just a decorative feature at the toe of the slope along the highway. We have boulders. We collected a whole bunch of them. As you heard earlier, I offered them to that Eagle Scout to use to mount a plaque. I have a whole bunch of them that we can use. They're not going to go bad. They're boulders.
Okay.
No,
So we
like,
don't have to
might
go out
even
and buy
be-
them.
Hmm?
We don't have to go out and buy them.
No, that's not the intent.
I mean, it might even be good as, a deterrent
Right.
for a car pulling off on the side of the road or something like that.
yeah, I like the boulders. There's a couple there now. I think they kind of finished product on that would look good.
so based on this discussion, you're all okay with what's been proposed with changing the fence to be behind the trees?
Yeah.
No trees on the top of the berm, some kind of planting on the berm. We can see what a native plant might be and what if it would take. But
Yeah, maybe talk to the Conservancy because they probably would know.
Okay.
But a creeping juniper is meant for like berms or to hold things in place. So you usually put them in the slope. So
And it's really hardy.
yeah, they may have some recommendations as a mixture, maybe. Who knows?
We could always call Jean too.
yeah, I was thinking of that.
Yeah, I would just call Jean. She's gonna give us all that information.
Always do a good job. Okay, so,
I had a quick question. So once this is done, then other aspects of the project can move forward after that. So we get the equipment in there.
okay, so what I wanted to say is we have to get approval from SHPO before we move forward with anything. That's the main thing. So once that's done, then, as Chris mentioned, the berm will be built, shaped and planted, and the trees and the fencing. A hydrant extension for the irrigation for the trees. We would need a sewer extension across the property for the house and the restrooms. Grading of the property, we have an installation of the sidewalk area. There may be additional dead or dying trees that may have to be removed. Planting of new trees possibly, installation of the walking paths, and then looking at some kind of installation of some kind of playground or playscape. So again, we'll see how long it takes for SHPO to approve. They did come back with additional recommendations. They had mentioned that they wanted some other kind of impervious material used possibly for the sidewalks and the parking area. So, we are going to be in touch with them to try to get, more information. But once we get that approval, then yes, we can move forward, and we do have the money appropriated. And so, we know that everyone wants, the council wants, the neighbors want, the village as a whole wants to move this project forward. And so we'll do our best to do that. We have to wait for the decision of New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust to know how much money we have, coming from that grant possibly. It's due in April. They probably don't decide till like June or July would be my guess. But in the meantime, I know that Colleen Hickey is working on the specs to go out for these other last pieces that have to be done on the interior. And so then we can bid that out once we know the kind of money we have in hand.
All right, I'd just like to make another comment too. So I think there were some comments before about, borrowing money or bonding for money before anything was really going on or anything like that. But you have to understand that it was authorized. It wasn't issued. So the debt was authorized, but the bonds and notes have not been sold. So technically no money has been borrowed. We're not paying interest on anything. There's no charges. There's nothing like that. It's ready to go once SHPO approves everything and we go out to bid and we move into the next phase, and then we can pay for it. Then at that point you would issue the bonds or notes. So then they would be sold, and then, everything would go on from there. That was it.
It's a great point and much appreciated. Are you good, Mike? Because I have another question for Chris. Chris, it kind of just in my mind thinking about that project a couple of years ago that we had to work on. So I recall at the time there was the issue about the timing of the purchase of the trees. So based on the timing of the approval from SHPO, I mean, this will all be time sensitive because whether they're Leland cypresses or something else, those are seasonal, right? So there's going to be a timing constraints placed on us as to when we can actually access those. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, there's certain times of year that it's opportune to plant them. I don't know those offhand for either species. Once we decide on a species, then we have to find out when the best time is to plant it. I'm pretty certain planting in July, August is not good.
Yeah.
The trees are very thirsty at that time.
Yeah.
It might be like in the fall, because we plant our deciduous street trees in the fall and they seem to do reasonably okay.
And then something like the creeping juniper. So something like that, I guess we would want to know if we're going to go with some kind of ground cover, again, when the time to plant that would be, because this, again, it's all going to be, timing is going to be critical on this so that we don't fall behind again. So if we don't get this process through SHPO quickly enough, we might, lose that opportunity.
So that's my question. SHPO came back with a lot of, what I consider they were not happy with a lot of the things on the plan.
Mhm.
So who's, somebody's already working on the new plan.
We're going to work with SHPO, yes.
Oh, you're going to work directly with them. Okay, because it doesn't make sense to keep sending it in. This should be the last time.
Right.
We've also I've also had a discussion with the police department as to site security and what they would like to see for their purposes of policing the site. One of the key things is SHPO would look for certain vegetative screenings around the house, possibly. Police department would like nothing higher than 42 inches off the ground and between 42 inches and 84 inches off the ground to have as much clear area as possible so that an officer pulling up in a vehicle has a direct sight across as much of the campus of the Shedler property as possible, so that if a child on a playing field is hurt, they can see exactly where they are. They don't have to go find them. They mentioned the problem they have with Maple Park Field is you've got a lot of vegetative screening and plantings right off the pavement there, and it's very hard to quickly ascertain where the incidence is and where they have to respond to.
It's a great.
I'm going to try to incorporate that in our discussions with SHPO, that those are the police department's security concerns.
Yeah, I agree. It's so hard to see over by Maple Field.
Yeah,
You can't
Maple's
see
bad.
anything.
Yeah.
Okay.
If we're re-looking at this and redoing plans for SHPO, should we also look at where the entrance is? As you come off Route 17, drivers can be going very fast coming off the highway. And maybe the entrance should be a little further north, so that the car has time to slow down. I think the ad hoc committee had recommended an entrance north of where it is currently in the plans. So you might want to look at that. Also, I thought it was interesting that SHPO said that there was too much landscaping south of the building. And they stressed that this had been historically an agricultural setting. Do we want to have a vegetable garden in the south, or some sort of farming kind of thing that would be more authentic?
We'd have to ask SHPO, because they said unless you can prove there was a garden, they don't want a garden. I think they said something to that effect in their letter.
Unless there's historical.
Chris might have some.
No, they're saying unless there is historical documentation of gardens in this area, then the landscaping that is in the plans now should be removed. But if it were like a vegetable garden, that would be consistent with a farming situation.
No, but there was that, Bernadette, what was that Dutch plant? Remember that bulb?
Yeah.
What was that? It was there. They brought it over.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Oh my God.
Hey, maybe it's still there. Maybe we could go dig it up. You know what I'm talking about? I remember it was like
I
really.
do. I know exactly what
It
you're
was
talking about. It was right on the side there.
Yeah.
I can't remember it right now.
So the one thing I want to just say about the ad hoc committee plan, the ad hoc committee plan is a concept. And at no time was the ad hoc committee, it says actually on the document, this is not a blueprint. And so the one thing we always knew going into this is that there would be modifications made when the engineering started to look at circulation. So for instance, a good example is the parking lot that was created by the ad hoc. And first of all, not to scale. And second, that parking is kind of like a bottleneck thing. It's like a funnel in. There's no circulation. There was no accommodation for ADA, handicap parking. There was nothing. So the changes that occur, it's really important to understand that the engineering documents are completely different and have to take into account circulation, the drop-off zone. There has to be a drop-off zone. How do you get in and out if the drop-off zone needs to be close to the field? There's so much more that goes into this. And so I think that the ad hoc committee, most members understood, and this is, I think, Deputy Mayor Seed and I are on the email communications, and we're seeing that they were all saying, yeah, this is, we get it, this is a concept plan. And when you prepare engineering documents and start to really refine it, it's going to look somewhat different, but you know, at least we're there, and we should continue moving forward.
Yeah, I think most people understood that there would be changes along the way once, we got into it with the State Historic Preservation Office or engineering, or you don't know what you find in the ground or anything like that. But, minor changes deviating kind of from the concept, and nothing, crazy and wildly different from what really was agreed to and approved by the council.
So are we aiming to make a presentation to the Historic Sites Council for their June 17th meeting? Is that the idea?
I don't know. We'll have to see when we start working with SHPO, what a realistic date is. Yes, if we can, absolutely.
It sounds like a lot of work.
Right, and so we have to see what's realistic.
So I wanted to add one more thing. I just wanted to say thank you to all of the people that have been writing letters to the Historic Preservation Trust Fund. It's been really a significant outpouring from the community, and we're really grateful. And any council members that, I mean, the deputy mayor wrote so many articles about the property in the house. He's welcome to, you know, prepare a letter. Councilman Walsh, you've been a longtime advocate. You know, it's really so appreciated. And anyone who would like to, please feel free to do so. You can email them straight to me, and this will add much needed support to our application to the Historic Preservation Trust Fund. So, and some of the letters really give unique perspectives. One coming in is a totally incomplete, different perspective of you know, the Continental Army and the battles that took place. It's really fascinating. And so we're really excited about that. So any letters, please send them in, just email them straight to me and I'll make sure they get to the proper people. Okay, thanks.
Ms. Maylander, you mentioned lots of different numbers and figures and dollars, and it would really help me if you could put that together in a report, because I need to digest all that.
I actually use the chart you already have from Mr. Rooney.
Yep.
That's what I took it off of. Okay. So our next is the update on the gatehouse. I think that at this point, we have started some electrical work because we do have a licensed electrician. We want it to be safe, and so we have done some of that work that needed to be done. We have not done any major improvements because the council has not yet made a decision as to where we're going with this gatehouse property. What we will be doing, if the council is agreeable that we're going to move forward with improvements, is we'll go out and we'll get quotes on the various work that has to be done. We have to get 3 quotes for each type of thing we're doing. That's over 17.5. And we can come back with the lowest quote for each major project that needs to be done. I mean, there's the beam, there's the concrete patio, there's the masonry work that has to be done. So those are there are other things that need to be done as well, but those are the major things, it seems. And so that we can't just go out and ask people for quotes, because unfortunately they don't come back and give it to us, because they say they're just getting a quote, they're not going to do a job with us. But if we go out a little more formally with a written description of what we want quotes on, then they'll know that, you know, as long as it's doable, that we can go ahead and proceed and to award. So this way they will hopefully sharpen their pencils and, you know, give us a good quote so that we can hire them. Again, if this is what the council decides to do. We haven't made that decision yet. And so until that time, it's going to be hard for us to go out and do this. So that's where we are as far as the improvements to the property.
Well, I would say I would be agreeable to do that. We have some money put aside in the capital budget to do that. So we could go out and get quotes for what we need to prioritize and get this moving. And I'd also say that we should get the RFP out within a week, as soon as possible, and kind of pursue both of these things on a parallel track. So we could kind of settle up this issue, follow the Green Acres guidelines, and just take it from there.
Okay. Anyone else?
I think we have to know the cost involved in the repair work. I think that's kind of critical, because if this is going to cost us so much money that it becomes, you know, we could be looking at nothing. We could be looking at big bucks. So I don't know. You know, we haven't reviewed the P&L at this point, but that's not, you know, it didn't prove out to be the draft document to be promising. So I think that we really need to know, because if this is, you know, $100,000 or more, it's going to take us, you know, what, 15, 20 years to recoup.
So in order to do that, we have to go out for these.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to do anything. I mean, we can prepare the RFP for the business aspect, but I just don't know how you make any decision without knowing what the cost of the repair work is.
Well, I think the fundamental question is, do you want to repair the house? Do you want to do work on the house and improve the house or not? So I'm for doing the improvements to the house. So I would also be in favor of getting the quotes and moving this along. So, I mean, that's where I am right now.
But I don't see how you could say you're in favor or not in favor until you have a dollar figure.
Well, again, I'm in favor of updating the house and
Anything, like if it costs 200,000, you're okay with that?
we need to find it out. And, you know, we're spending $1 million on the Shedler house. This is going to be far less than that. I don't think it's going to be anywhere close to that. So I would be in favor of moving this forward.
I agree with Michael. I think as stewards of village property, we need to make sure that it is occupied and that there's a renter in there. I don't want to find ourselves 6 months down the road and it's not, and we have a renter. Also, as to making repairs, we have to be a good landlord. We have somebody in there for the next 6 months, more than 6 months. And we have to keep that property in good condition. So let's get the quotes, but I don't think one should rely on the other. And I'd like to get, as Michael says, an RFP out within the week. Moreover, I'd say, let's see, the first RFP was recommended a lease for 2 to 5 years. I'd say 2 to 5 years with a possible renewal of 5 years. I see in the Green Acres regulations that is allowable, and I think it's appropriate if the winning bidder is somebody we know, and if that person has been a good tenant.
Pam, I'm sorry, you have a terrible echo. I don't know if everyone else is hearing
I'm
it.
sorry. I don't know how to fix
I mean, I
that.
think we got everything you said, but I just, all of a sudden it was like this really, did everyone else get the echo?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Oh, all right. So we're, okay.
So this is what I'll add. The last time we did a lease there was a requirement by the bidder for capital improvement, $1,000. I think the fact that we don't have any of the costs just yet, but we know what needs to be done, we could go out to RFP with the attachment of, we know that there are capital improvements that need to be done to the building. So any bidder is going to know what they're coming into so that they can't cry foul afterwards. They would know it. And then the things that we would be required to do, if they had to do with code or something to that effect, like the beam or whatnot, that those would be things that we would use as an estimate for the repairs that we had to do for the term of whatever lease we agree to, whether it be 2 or 5 or 7 years, however long it's going to be. So I would be in favor of moving forward with the RFP, but certainly making a point to put in there that this is a building that has deferred maintenance and that there would be a requirement that there are going to be, you know, we're going to have skin in the game, and so is the possible tenant.
I also feel any RFP should include a requirement to cover the taxes. Because, you know,
I mean, put, you know, we can draw the RFP. I don't know who wants to work on the RFP. I know the last one, you know, could have some updates to it, but.
Yeah, and just to be mindful that, you know, the last RFP didn't take, there was this representation a couple of weeks ago by someone that the last RFP took 6, 7, 8 months. It's simply not true. The RFP actually was ready to roll and everything was done in literally 20 days. It was the failure on the part of someone to advertise for the Green Acres piece of it, the public hearing on Green Acres. That was the delay, and we're no longer faced with that. I think it was a 20-day public comment period and then a 40-day quiet period and whatever else was going on there. And that's what took all the time. So I just want to remind everyone that timing, it was very quick. I mean, it was like lightning speed, quite frankly.
My understanding though is even if it's the same tenant, let's say, who is the winning bidder, we still have to go back to Green Acres and get approval.
So do we have to do?
I would imagine, yeah.
Do we have to do another hearing?
Most likely.
Oh, okay.
So we do have to add that into our time frame, which is probably a good reason to go out now with the RFP. Councilman Walsh, I just wanted to clarify what you're saying so I understand. Are you saying that we're just going to say we know there are capital improvements to be made? We don't know at this time what they are, what those costs are. However, the tenant's going to be responsible for a portion of them?
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Is it going to be a percentage, like 25%? Or
listen, like I said, pull out the old RFP. Let's read it, and get some other sample RFPs and update the RFP so that it reflects the current condition of the building, the revenue that we want to anticipate for whatever the term is going to be, right? And then negotiate in the RFP, or ask the bidders to negotiate with us.
Because if this is going to cost, look, as a taxpayer, if this is going to cost $200,000 or $100,000 to repair, and based on our draft copy of the P&L, we weren't making $6,000, $7,000, $8,000 a year out of the $48,000 in rent income, then, and because we're paying property taxes on that, so all of those things, we have to start to really go back and look at the P&L and understand what those costs are, so that if we're going to have a revenue stream, we're going to have a pure revenue stream. We're not going to have the taxpayers subsidizing a for-profit business.
And I think, I don't know if you put this in an RFP or whatever, but it was my understanding that Green Acres thinks that the Village of Ridgewood is getting a percentage of every class being taught there, and they're not. Some classes, yes, but some classes, no.
I don't know that Green Acres thinks that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, well, I have an email that says that, so.
On every single class?
Yeah, I mean, I can.
If you could forward that, that'd be great.
Yeah, let's see.
I don't believe that was part of the lease agreement.
No, but I think this is the confusion with Green Acres. Green Acres, the entire business is a partnership with the Village of Ridgewood, and it's simply not. It's a for-profit business that is operating with a handful of partnership programs that are being offered through Parks and Rec, and then same.
Well, I mean, all I can say is that last time we ran the lease agreement past Green Acres, they reviewed it in full. They reviewed the schedules. We've got to do the same thing. I'm not sure about, how long the term of the RFP can go, but that's something else we'll check with Green Acres, because I'm not too sure certainly last time they weren't willing to go past a 4-year plus a 1-year extension. So we'll see where they are with regard to this once we get this together.
I think it was 5 and 1, Matt.
Or 5 and 1. Excuse me, 5 and 1. 5 and 1.
So, I mean, this is part of the email. It says programming will go through the village recreation department or community school, and that the village has control of the course offerings. Additionally, private clients cannot be served at this location. They would need to, Ms. Santine would need to bring her classes or workshops to her clients. So I believe that not everything that happens there, the village is getting, you know, is going through the recreation department and the village is getting a percentage of it. Which I think is part of the reason why there's not a, in the P&L statement, we're really, you know, not making money. We should be.
Well,
So
these are things, I mean,
why don't we do
we
this?
didn't, okay.
Why don't we do this? Why don't we prepare the RFP and add in all those things that we've discussed. Let's take a look at whether or not in an RFP we want to say that all programs have to go through Parks and Rec and that it is a true partnership program. And the taxes definitely have to be part of that. And let's go back and look at that. I think we should probably bring the P&L for public conversation to the next meeting, because I don't think we've ever actually, for some reason, had a public conversation about that, right?
Right.
So why don't we get all these ducks in a row? So we'll kind of have the RFP prepared. We can have for the work all prepared. And by the time the deputy mayor is right, by the time all these things kind of gel together, we'll have a better understanding of what the cost involved will be.
And I just want to make sure it's clear that the council can decide what they want to put in the RFP and how they want to work it. But I don't want anybody to understand that, you know, Green Acres expected or thought that we were getting, you know, that we have been shortchanged because we didn't take a profit or a piece of their fees. That was never part of the lease agreement. That was not part of the RFP before. So I just, and Green Acres took a look at it. So if they have a different position or if there's something there, I'd like to see it because it was never part of the agreement that I worked on and leased and all that. So.
Yeah, but Matt, I think that Green Acres didn't look at the programming that was being offered and how the money was being transacted. So I think that what Green Acres looked at was a lease with the seedlings and the schedule. It doesn't, nowhere on that schedule does it say the cost and where that money was going. It's
And
just
nowhere, but well, we'll discuss this later. But again, the lease says that the rent for the month is X, and they're allowed to conduct these different items, these different schedules, and that was the lease agreement. There was no, just because there was no mention of it doesn't mean that we were supposed to get it or it wasn't understood. That was really the way it worked. So. I just don't want there to be a misconception that we were supposed to get money that we didn't from this particular tenant. I'm not aware of that, so.
I would request that since Bob worked up the P&L, could he draft the RFP?
Well, and along with Matt and myself, we'll do it and we'll get it. So my understanding is we're gonna do the RFP for the house, for the rental of the house. And we're also going to go out for quotes for the improvements. We may or may not have the quotes, you know, in the next 2 weeks, but, you know, because that's pretty short notice, but hopefully we can have the RFP for, you know, for you to look at. And then, like you said, the P&L that you wanted to look at as well. So we could do that and have it for the April 7th meeting, which is our next work session.
Okay.
Heather, can I add something? I don't know if you're gonna go out for a bid on it, but I don't think you mentioned it. But the windows are a very large part of the renovation.
We're getting quotes for the windows.
Okay.
Yeah.
But wait, I thought we were only getting quotes for the things that were required of us, like the beam and the things that as a current landlord, we would be required.
I think we would be required for one of those windows at least.
The window, when you replace a window, is the lintel on top?
Yeah, I know, but I didn't think that was a mandatory requirement.
It's if you don't fix it now, it's going to be so much worse in the future.
But that could be in the RFP. That could be part of the RFP that these are the capital improvements you have to do.
Right, no, I agree with that, but that's why we need a quote, because we need to have an idea of what it would cost.
Why don't we do this in order to kind of expedite both sides of it? Why don't we craft the RFP to show the capital improvements that you're speaking of, Bernadette, and also do all the RFPs required. So this way we have a very clear picture of what we're looking at. So
It's gonna
everything
take a lot longer than 2 weeks, is all I'm telling you. It's not gonna be like, because we have to write out what it is needs to be done. We're gonna have to go out for quotes. That's a laborious process to call companies, say, here's what you have to do, and then get quotes back. So
we'll
it's
do the
gonna
best
take a
we can.
while.
I mean, if we have to get them eventually, so we might as well
Mhm.
we might as well know the whole picture.
Just letting you know.
I'm looking at paragraph 9 of the lease, and it makes it clear that it is the landlord's responsibility to repair the structural things like walls, windows, and foundation. I think we owe that now to the current tenant.
Correct.
And so regardless of trying to foist it onto the next tenant, I think we owe it to the current tenant.
Well, we can't do anything no matter what without bids, and you still have that really bad bill, Pam. So
Sorry.
I'm gonna correct it because it's really, really harsh. Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we'll do the best. We'll kind of get everything organized, and we have confidence.
Okay. So the next one is the preliminary plans for the Franklin Avenue, North Maple Avenue corridor improvements. Mr. Rudishauser has provided you with a plan. And if you have, Chris, could you just kind of summarize it?
Yeah, these are plans prepared by our office, primarily by our engineer, Brian Duddy. They've been designed carefully to minimize the amount of land takings. We have only 2 minor slivers of land takings that we may need to take. Once the council has approved the plans, we're going to finish the negotiations with Bergen County so that they're satisfied with the plans.
Where's the 2 slivers of land taking? Is the one still on the corner of Franklin Maple?
Yes.
And then where's the other?
I think by East Richard Avenue and Maple.
Okay, got it. All right, good.
Wait, East Ridgewood and Maple and Franklin and Maple?
Yes.
Okay.
So that's on the northwest corner of Franklin, right? Is that what that is?
The Franklin and Maple one would be the northwest corner, yes.
And why do you need to take space for sidewalk?
To put in the design that we propose. The right of way does not have the full limit that we need.
Okay. I mean, unfortunately, the plans that I have are very light and they're extremely hard. Like I really can't see where you're taking the land.
But it's just a little, how much space is it, Chris, on the northwest corner by Franklin? Roughly.
Maybe 10 or 20 square feet.
Yeah, it's really small. And then on that Ridgewood Maple spot?
Comparable.
Yeah. Okay. It's a huge improvement, and we've been working on this with the county for how many years?
A number.
A long time.
Long time.
Long time. So this is a good thing.
So Chris, the only question I have, and this is like what I feel is like the worst spot along Franklin, is when you're coming west on Franklin, approaching Chestnut. I feel like it's still in that.
Wait. Is everyone hearing now, Bernadette?
I hear that echo.
Everybody's
Everybody's echoing. I can correct this because I think it's. I'm just catching every other word. Sorry.
Can you hear me now?
But it's just an echo and it's hard to process what you're saying.
I don't know.
That was better.
That was better.
It is.
Yeah, the echo's gone now.
So Franklin Avenue, as you pass Chestnut, that's always a mess there. And I like the fact that you have like the berm, or not the berm, I'm using berm. You've got the section there as you're approaching, but then you've got the double lanes again in that area. That's like such a squirrely area there. And there's no stop there. It's just a continual.
You have the split lane for the dedicated left-hand turn as you approach the North Broad Street traffic light.
I know, that's where it's always, you always have people. Are you thinking that now you're not going to have people coming around? So like if you're driving on Franklin, you always have people scooting around you if you're paused there. So they scoot, and then you have the car coming at you going in front, and then they don't see the car. And I feel like that's still an issue there.
I mean, we have the crosswalks. They're governed by a traffic light. Pedestrians are always advised to use a crosswalk and use the signals that help guide them when to utilize it. We need 2 lanes at that intersection. We need the dedicated left turn lane, because if it's a single lane, one car making a left turn or desiring to make a left turn could really back up the traffic on Franklin Avenue with all the other cars in queue. And there is enough turning motion off of Franklin to go south on Broad that it warrants that dedicated left turn lane. We even have that as the leading green. If I recall correctly, that's the leading green at the intersection. Eastbound traffic is held for a few seconds longer while the westbound traffic has a green, so the traffic can make the left turn, clear the intersection before the eastbound traffic would cause a left turning vehicle to have to hesitate.
But so I guess the other question is, so then why don't we have a 4-sided crosswalk there?
We don't have a 4-sided crosswalk there because the other one, when you're right underneath the trestle, that gets very problematic. That's in the shadow, and that has poor visibility for a pedestrian.
Wait, no, I mean on Chestnut and Franklin. On Chestnut and Franklin.
On Chestnut and Franklin, we have one crosswalk, and then the other one I think was part of the site plan approval from the Ken Smith project from the planning board.
Oh, it's part of their approval. Okay.
Which also had to go to the county though.
Yes.
So the county reviewed this. And there was something, I don't remember the conversation, Chris, maybe you were Heather or Will. When we were down at the county, there was a reason that we didn't do, was it because of the length, the crossing length? Did it have something to do with that diagonal?
Well, the crossing length is a concern because obviously the longer a crosswalk is, the more time it takes for a pedestrian to get across. That is one concern. The other concern for the western crosswalk at the intersection of Franklin and Chestnut is that we've had accidents from eastbound traffic when they come over up the little dip and rise.
Yes.
They don't have the longest sight distance that's optimum for them to see all the pedestrians. By having the pedestrians cross a little more towards the east, that gives them a better sight line to that traffic stream.
That's the point I was making. That's the kind of the treacherous, if you sat in Amano and had pizza, you'd watch like the near misses always. But it looks like the crosswalk at Amano with that center island there is calming the traffic coming west, right?
That's
So
what we
you
hope.
wouldn't have people pulling around, because what people are doing is they're passing around. Like if you're making the left, let's say onto Chestnut, people will pull around, and if somebody's coming in the other direction, or if somebody's in the crosswalk, that's when it gets dangerous.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
hopefully maybe more cars will park in those parking spaces along Franklin Avenue in the eastbound direction between Chestnut and Broad. Because when they do park in there, that eliminates the possibility for that scoot around, as you refer to it.
Yeah. Yeah. Chris, are there still just 2 traffic lights or are there more?
We have the Broad Street, Oak Street, and Maple Avenue light. And those 3 lights, we want to integrate them with the light at Maple and East Ridgewood.
Right.
We want the lights to be able to communicate with each other, utilize sensors to adjust the light timing to better manage the flow, the volume of the traffic flow.
Chris, just wondering, because I don't recall where we left off with the county on the West Ridgewood Avenue light at Wilsey. Because we talked about the timing to make sure they were all synchronized, but I just don't recall where we left off with that.
So that light is ours. That's the
Right.
village light.
Right, but we said we had some conversation with them about that light. I just don't recall.
At this point, I don't know if we can integrate it with these lights because it is quite a distance away.
Okay. Fine. Thank you.
Okay.
So as long as everyone's okay with this, we'll do a Title 59 resolution on April 14th, and then we can submit it to the county. The county, basically, when we met with them, said, keep it moving forward as much as you can, because for those who may be ahead of you to get their improvements done, if they're lagging behind, you'll move ahead of them. So, as long as there are no other questions, we'd like to do that Title 59 approval, which will then give engineering the green light to submit this to the county.
I do have one more question. Is there room in any of these new bump outs where there's landscaping noted? Can trees be put in there, or would they obstruct sight lines? What's the availability there?
I would not recommend any kind of vegetation in the bump outs. You did mention one reason, sight lines. Another reason is winter, snow. We've had a lot of problems with snow this winter because we had so much of it, and anything right at the curb takes a pounding. And
So
that's
what
pretty
kind of
difficult.
landscaping then?
Pardon?
What would the landscaping be? The
Concrete,
bushes or grass or what?
either grass or concrete.
Yeah, there are a couple of the bump outs, Chris, that say landscaping. So,
All right. I'd have to talk to Brian what he envisioned there, but the closest one would be the one we did at the corner of North Broad Street and Franklin over by the train station. We made a little bit of bump out there. That does have a tree in it, if I recall correctly, but it's also not where a lot of snow and traffic's going to impact it.
Right. So, any other questions? Okay, then we'll move on.
Oh, I know. How much parking are we losing by these bump outs?
I didn't tally it up. Might be just a couple spaces at each intersection.
Okay.
Okay. So the next one is the annual proposal we go out for the concession stand at Graydon Pool. This year they went out, there was one packet requested, and the sole submission was from Michael Sims of Melsworth Foods of Ramsey, New Jersey. The amount was $10,000. In 2019, the amount was $9,500. And then last year, remember, because of COVID, it was a shortened season. So it was actually like $4,500 or something. But this is the same vendor we've had for the past 5 years, and he's provided excellent service. So we are looking to award the contract to Melsworth Foods. The next one is authorization to execute a NJDEP settlement agreement. The Water Pollution Control Facility had a sample set out for laboratory analysis for oil and grease in June 2019. It was in excess of the permitted limits. The NJDEP flagged it as a water pollution control violation, act violation. And so after extensive negotiations, the penalty was originally $25,000 and we got it down to $1,000. So I'd say that was very good negotiating skills. This resolution will authorize the settlement agreement.
Okay, any questions?
Okay. Now we have under policy, the social media policy.
I guess, Heather, you want me to discuss it? Okay. We have had this policy in front of the council recently. The last time we had it, it was just, I think Pam made one or two revisions to the policy. And I just wanted to check it with Labor Council. Labor Council has reviewed it and made an additional change on a word, but other than that, he found it acceptable and consistent with the human resource policy. So I believe it's for the council to consider. The next steps would be to, if it was approved or if you accepted this, that we would by resolution take it under adoption and then look for it to be made part and hand out and put on our website. So that would be the way I suggest you get going with it. So it's here for discussion tonight.
What's the new word he put in? I couldn't find it.
Oh, I have to go back through. I have to go back through his emails to find it. I can tell you, Pam. I'll have to go back through his emails to find it. It was a very, very minor change.
So Matt, I just want to be clear on one aspect of this because, you know, on social media, we see some of us who review social media, you know, when council members are often tagged or, you know, we see something and there's either misinformation, in some instances, deliberate disinformation, and that's always a concern. So when there's a need to correct information, nothing in this prohibits a council member from doing so. Would that be accurate?
I certainly should be accurate, and I don't believe that there is anything in there that doesn't allow a council member to try and correct something or have a conversation through social media with somebody trying to correct a point or correct a factual issue.
Okay. I just want to make sure that there's the language in here. Public officials may communicate on the site or service on which contact was initiated.
Right, and that happens to council members a lot where they get contacted on maybe not the regular social media site that they utilize for municipal work or municipal matters. But if someone gets you on a private email, you know, can respond to them. And I think that's what this allows. But, you know, there isn't got to be an exception because council members can get approached through a number of different ways.
Right.
So you have to be able to deal with that. So.
Okay, understood. Don't believe anything you read on social media, gang. Just unless I posted it, then it's entirely accurate.
Does anyone else have comments or questions? No.
No, I would just comment because the discussion has included appointees. I would just make sure that every appointee has this, a copy of this as well.
Do we want them to sign for it? To acknowledge that they've received it?
Sure. Yeah, you can just have them sign, you know. The whoever's the chairperson can give it out to everybody and have them sign one document they can give back to Heather.
But of course, if we have volunteers signing that, we should be signing it ourselves.
Well, you're supposed to sign in resource. Are you supposed to sign for your HR manual?
The HR manual will be updated this year. It has to be updated by the end of the year.
Yep.
So this will be incorporated. I mean, we can adopt this by resolution now, but this will be incorporated into the HR manual, which is what will be, you know, everyone signs off on that receives that HR manual.
And I just want to point out, I mean, there's been a number of times where statements have been made that we've had no social media policy. The social media policy is consistent and in keeping with the one that already is in our HR manual, and maybe goes slightly further, but it is consistent with that, and that was used as a guideline. So we always have had a social media policy. I think it's important to make that clear to everyone.
Okay. So we'll have a resolution for the 14th to accept it. So operations, we already discussed that item. That's the resolution for the application for the New Jersey Historic Preservation Trust grant.
You're done. So with that, we'll go back to public comments, not to exceed 5 minutes per person. Dylan?
All right, first one is Scarpa. Please
Evening.
unmute.
Name and address for the record.
Linda Scarpa, 569 Northern Parkway. Let me know when to begin.
Oh, go ahead, Linda. Sorry.
I just want to start with that I support the EMT, the fire department, and the police department. My own sons are police officers. However, I have a big concern, all right? I viewed the Village Council YouTube video on February 21st of this year, and it was with the current fire chief. He spoke. Basically, his proposal going forward is to eliminate the EMT totally on day calls, Monday to Friday, but allowing them to work weekends, day and evening. He stated the firefighters would take over the EMT and fire responsibilities during the day shift, Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Further, he said, and it was told to me by others, that the EMT would be assigned to pick up every evening shift, 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., yes, overnight, each and every night, and be offered zero compensation except for a stipend on the call that they would make at approximately $10. The EMT would also be offered the same assignments for weekends, day and night, zero compensation for zero compensation, only $10 per call. A question was asked during the same Zoom call regarding decrease in labor for the proposal. It was stated the village could hire 2 more firefighters. This would be paid for by holding with the holding off of compensation to the EMT. What he stated is fiscally untrue. No clear numbers were spoken nor displayed on the Village of Ridgewood webpage. I've looked, believe me. This proposal, if approved, would actually cost the taxpayers more for less service at all during a pandemic and would decimate the EMT, which has serviced the village for 4 decades. This is based on these facts that I've come to know. There are 60 EMT workers today. 90% are unpaid volunteers. A small number are compensated. No compensated EMT person works greater than 10 to 15 hours per week. They are scheduled block time. They're compensated with no pension, benefits, or overtime. And most of them, as I said, are volunteers. As I discussed, the entire EMT department is compensated with the reimbursement paid for the village for ambulance calls, which are about $800. That's from actual taxpayers. So I looked on your numbers, which are based on 2019, which were posted, the anticipated and the actual receivables, but not for 2020, it wasn't there. In 2019, ambulance receivable actual numbers were $357.13. The actual expenses for EMT, $195,410. The approximate salary for the EMT was $70,000. The rest was stagnant cost. It's very clear not only does the EMT pay for itself, it made a profit. The taxpayers paid nothing. The facts are this: for a new firefighter, this would cost, if the proposal is for 2 new fire people to take over for the EMT, a new fire person would cost $49,000 in straight salary with a $2,000 stipend. That's a civil service position with pension benefits, et cetera, et cetera. It's estimated at about $35,000. I know because I was a state worker. The total for 2 firefighters is approximately $172,000. This is a minimum labor cost, but not with additional overtime, which would most likely incur with these horrendous hours that are being presented to the EMT people. Overtime is 1.5 per hour, and holidays would be double time and a half. The scenario would most likely happen with the EMT because they cannot be possibly responsible to work the grueling hours proposed and hold down a full-time job. Bear in mind that the firefighters' numbers that I have just recited are only from 2017. That's all I could find. But given that a new contract was potentially orchestrated, I'm sure it's going to be much higher. With this proposal, the village could potentially lose 60 volunteers and gain two paid firefighters. There is no possible way the EMT could work these hours constantly. It is completely unfair to them and borders on slave labor. I mean, none of us sitting here would work those hours and be able to hold a full-time job. This proves clear that this is less labor and greater costs to the village. Now, I just want to say this, and I don't mean to sound angry, but I'm extremely frustrated. Not to mention the loss the village will suffer when the community service the EMT provided is that.
Linda, I'm sorry. 5 minutes is up. I'm sorry.
All right.
Thank you for calling in. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
All right, next person is Siobhan Winograd. Please unmute.
Evening, name and address of the record.
Hi, Siobhan Cram-Winograd. I figured I would spare everyone a couple emails and just say my thoughts here because I'm still up. First, thank you for so much information. I learned a lot, and I want to talk about a couple things. One, with respect to the dining corrals, I think the discussion is interesting from a public safety point, but I really wanted to say this. I think there's a lot of residents who are hoping that the outdoor dining and the street closures and the pedestrian malls become permanent things after COVID. I think, I live in really close to town. I walk to town all the time. We use a lot of the restaurants a lot, and the general sentiment is it's been so nice. And some people are talking about it being forever, even after indoor dining goes back to 100%. So I wanted to add that. With the budget, I loved everything Bob Rooney had to say. I do have one question, which I'm hoping someone can answer. The open space tax, that's interesting. If we don't pay into it, do we lose anything? Does that make us ineligible for something if we need that open space at a future date? Some of you are shaking your head. That's cool. If not, I think it's a novel idea. But I just want to make sure that opting out doesn't exclude us from something in the future. The other thing that I wanted to talk about was, I've been living with teenagers, so sorry to be redundant, but my point in stressing the Green Acres and sending the emails is that I think it needs to be reminded and reminded again that with respect to these parks where we have oversight, we're beholden to them. And I don't know where the disconnect is, but it is a statement of fact that the last time we did this, it took 6 months. It's also, if something changes with respect to Health Barn and you get multiple bidders, it's going to take longer. So I really agree that the RFP should go out sooner rather than later. The discussion's gone on for too long, in my opinion, and we don't have complete say here. And I don't know why that fact of when it went out and when it came back is being questioned, but it was 6 months. With Shedler, I want to say 2 things. I think the discussion was good. I still think the new plan, whatever version that was just recently given feedback to, should be posted so the public can review it. And, all good stuff, except there was no discussion of recreational space. I think that the field, you need to build the outside berm, and the house is what the house is. And that will obviously have less given to it based upon SHPO's recent feedback. But there was no discussion of the field and the recreational space, which is to my point earlier that we're out of space and the kids are really going to be without a lot of land this summer. So those are all my points. I'm legit not going to write them, but if somebody could just confirm about the open space, that would be great. And if somebody could also commit to having the discussion about the field development, I'm happy to see it moving forward, but I think to talk about it absent recreation space, particularly for the youth, that's a little bit of a mess. But thank you again. Thank you most especially to Bob Rooney, because the federal number is really exciting.
Okay, thank you, Siobhan. Have a good evening.
You too.
Anybody else wishing to make a public comment, please raise your hand.
No?
Yes, Mr. or Miss or Mrs. Loving, please unmute.
Good evening. Name and address for the record.
Good evening, Boyd Loving, 342 South Irving Street. I'd like to comment on just one item. And the one item I'd like to comment on is the cost for the water main repair over in the Salem Ridge section. You know, I've got this pet peeve about change orders. And I see tonight that there was a discussion about a change order that's going to result in a 13% increase in the cost of the project. To me, that is absolutely positively outrageous. You know what I have to say about this, and that is that I think these contractors come in and realize we have deep pockets, they lowball us, and then all of a sudden there's some excuse about why the project is going to cost more money. In this case, it was something about weather delays and unanticipated delays. I just wish for once this council would just say, we are not paying it, period, the end. We've just got to stop this trend of these contractors coming in and just slamming us with these unnecessary and unwarranted change orders. They need to bid properly in the first place. They need to do their due diligence and not leave the water ratepayers or the taxpayers with a mess to clean up in terms of digging deeper into our pockets and throwing cash into their faces. I noted that there was not one question from any of you tonight when that number was presented. I am disappointed in you. Somebody should have said 13% is just unrealistic. Can we go back and negotiate this? Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Anyone else? Mr. Hallaby, please unmute.
Intrigued by the awarding the contract as far as grading.
Please identify yourself.
Oh, yes, Rorick Hallaby, 374 Evergreen Place. I'm intrigued by awarding the contract to the concession at Graden Pool, the $9,000 or $10,000. How much money do we make on that a year? How do we offset the revenues? By what costs? Could someone tell me? Thank you.
All right, that was the last one.
Okay, good. I'm gonna close public comments and just a few things. So Heather, do you want to speak to the EMT issue? Because this is not a matter, this is something that's very serious. This is a serious matter of the delivery of emergency medical services. This is a serious public safety issue that we're grappling with. And this is the reason for the change. And we're not dismantling the entire EMT program. So do you want to just speak to that?
Sure. So currently what exists is that there are paid EMTs during the day. As Ms. Scarpa indicated, they do work shifts from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. Then there is a second ambulance, which is persons by the fire department. Because of the fact that there were some issues with some of the EMTs where there were lack of response to calls from the first ambulance, and because of the fact that due to the multifamily housing that's being built, as well as the need for additional firefighters, it makes sense for us to have our firefighters who are working anyway, are being paid anyway, to take over the first and second ambulances during the day. That would only stop the current paid EMTs during the day. Currently at night, from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., the volunteer EMTs do man the ambulances. So these are the hours they work now. They also work all hours during the weekends. So that doesn't change. The volunteers are going to work the same volunteer hours at night and on weekends as they currently do. they will receive the same stipends that they receive for training that they do. It's based on the number of calls they respond to, the training they do. And so there's a whole formula as to how they get stipends. So I'm not quite sure where the $10 an hour comes from, but those are not the stipends that are paid. So, and in addition, the volunteer EMTs would continue to work at events such as the Memorial Day Run or July 4th or Downtown for the holidays. So they would still, or the Ridgewood High School graduation, they would still be at those events as they are now as volunteers. So they're really, the main change is really to have the daytime taken, have the fire department respond to it, as all new firefighters who are hired must also be EMTs. And they respond anyway to all EMT calls with a fire engine. Now they'll be responding with a ambulance, which is, better, quicker, because then they get there, they have the ambulance and they can go to the hospital or whatever, or deliver patient care. We are not trying to dismantle the EMT volunteers by any means. We appreciate their work. We appreciate what they do for the village. And they've done it for many years. And, back in the day when I first started here, it was all volunteer. There were no paid daytime EMTs. So we're kind of going back to that, but we're having the fire department respond again. We're paying our firefighters anyway. And when they're not being paid, then they're doing fire duties. When they're not responding to ambulance calls, then they're doing fire duties. In the case of the paid EMTs, they're replacing supplies, they're inventorying, they are doing things related to the ambulance work, but there are times when they may have some downtime when they're not doing that work. Whereas for our paid firefighters, they're doing fire work when they're not responding to ambulance calls. There was a concern in a letter or a post I saw that, what would have happened with the Bagelicious fire, which happened at night. It would have been the same as what happened because, again, that's when the volunteer EMTs responded. They would still have responded to that fire, even though the firefighters were fighting the fire. The volunteers respond at night, just as they do now. So that's really what I wanted to put out there. And again, I'm not sure where the $10 an hour is. And actually, I think it would be easier for these paid EMTs to now get a daytime job because they aren't concerned about what's happening at daytime. It's really just at night when they'll be, during the regular volunteer hours that they put in. So,
and I also just want to say the starting salary of a firefighter is nowhere near what was quoted. And I also just want to point out that we have applied for SAFER grants, which is for 3 firefighters, which is a 3-year commitment on each, and then we pick up. So, and I think that the billings are coming out of the fire department's already responding, and those billings are coming, I think Patty, they're done through the firehouse, or at least a staff member who's getting a stipend on that as well. So I think that, but again, this is a really very, very serious matter of public safety, and it really needs to be taken seriously. I wanted to speak to Mr. Loving's comment. I know he doesn't have the papers we have in front of us. And so to this council's credit, I'm sure that everybody read the documents regarding the change order. There was a furnishing and installation of additional fittings necessary to maneuver around unmarked utilities that were just discovered. So that item was recently discovered. There was an additional testing of an 8-inch diameter water, again, was not accounted for in the original contract proposal page. And the change order is not because of the unforeseen weather conditions, only the scheduled date of completion was moved back. And I think that was really important. And then finally, Siobhan. So we didn't just discuss the field tonight because this is kind of a phased in approach. We have to do, kind of pieces of the puzzle as we're moving forward. So the first effort is to get this berm done. We recognize that there's a shortage of fields and that everybody's outside playing and nobody wants to get this done sooner than members of this village council. But these are phased in projects. As everybody knows, it takes a long time to get these done. And finally, in response to the open space, it doesn't impact our ability to access funds for open space. That's our municipal piece that that we have. So it's no impact on anything. So with that, we'll be done and take a motion, I guess, to go into closed session.
Be resolved by the Village Council of the Village of Ridgewood that the Village Council meet in closed session on March 24th, 2021 at 7:30 p.m. or as soon thereafter as the matter on the agenda can be reached, and that said closed session be held via Zoom teleconferencing due to the COVID-19 pandemic, and be it further resolved that the matters to be discussed in closed session are limited to legal matters to include Remington versus Village of Ridgewood, Ridgewood Water versus Connolly, Roca versus Village of Ridgewood, potential litigation zoning board, Pinchera versus Village of Ridgewood. These matters are allowable under NJSA 10:4-12 et sec. And be it further resolved that the minutes of this meeting shall be made available to the general public when such matters have been deemed completed by resolution of the Village Council. Have a motion?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Thank you.
All in
Favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you.
Night, everyone. Stay safe.
Good night.